L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je soulève aujourd'hui une question de...
Thank you very much. I'd like to raise a question of privilege regarding the leak on Bill C7, a bill to amend the Criminal Act, medical assistance in dying, tabled in the preceding session. In order to save time, my colleague, the honourable member for Fundy Royal, raised this point of privilege, this question of privilege on the 25th of February, and I would like to refer to the arguments on pages 1518 and 1519 of the debates. On the 10th of March, Mr. Speaker, you stated that there was a prima facie breach of privilege, and the House prepared a motion to refer the matter to the Committee on House Affairs and Procedure. Dates were proposed to invite the chief clerk and the law clerk in order to study the matter. And then the next day, the House adjourned because of the pandemic. And so we were never able to return to the order of reference, given various liberal efforts. The decision that the Prime Minister took to close down Parliament ended this area of study before it even began. And then I would like to also discuss another prima facie breach of privilege. I would like to return to that breach of privilege so that the House can investigate the matter and, if necessary, refer it to the Committee on House Affairs and Procedure. There are precedents. When a prima facie breach of privilege was recognized and then Parliament adjourned before it was possible for a committee to report to the House. More specifically, I would like to refer to Speaker Milligan's ruling on the 6th of February 2004 on page 243 of the debates, and he stated, in my opinion, for the same reasons as those laid out in my ruling during the last session, this remains a question of a prima facie breach of privilege. I would like to invite the member to present his motion. The member for Regina-Capelle, who we all know, another speaker then, on the 17th of October 2013, on page 66 of the debates, also tabled a ruling. As the same circumstances still exist, it is appropriate to raise a prima facie breach of privilege. If you agree, Mr. Speaker, I am ready to present the relevant motion. Thank you.
J'aimerais remercier le député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
I'd like to thank the member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. I will take the matter under consideration, and I will bring this matter back to the House if necessary. Thank you.
The orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, orders of the day. Reprise de l'étude de l'adresse en réponse au discours du trône.
Resuming debate on the address and reply to the speech from the throne. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to mention that I will be sharing my time with my whip, the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi, because she ordered me to do so. Of course, I'm joking. It is a pleasure for me to share my time with her. On the 18th of August, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister decided to prorogue Parliament for more than 5 weeks in the middle of a pandemic. Even though it was a time when it was urgent to continue studying support measures, and at a time when committees were continuing to sit, all of that to try to paper over his scandals in the middle of a pandemic. During this historic crisis, the government asked for drastic powers and reduced the authority of this House. The government was managing programs of unprecedented breadth, and yet it has shown that it is not worthy of trust because it favors its friends, as we've seen with the We Charity scandal, as well as the husband of the PM's chief of staff and the wage subsidy. We've seen all sorts of situations where the PM has decided to advantage his own party by asking for the wage subsidy, even though the legislation does not state that political parties should have access to the wage subsidy. The pandemic has laid bare the true nature of the Liberal Party, the same thing as we saw during the sponsorship scandal. We see that the Liberals tend to favor their friends. They don't show a respect for ethical rules. As long as you apologize after, everything's okay. In my opinion, that shows what the true nature of the Liberal Party has been ever since Confederation. Things have never really changed. And that brings us to yesterday's, or the day before yesterday's throne speech. this, which refers to the Queen, which is a tradition that goes back to the Middle Ages, a tradition that Canada has not managed to move past. Well, in the throne speech, we simply heard an update to what's being done since the spring. To increase his media presence, the Prime Minister decided to sum up the throne speech that very evening by asking the networks to give him speaking time, and his speech confirmed what we already knew. It wasn't necessary for him to give that speech, but it was an opportunity for him to put on a piece of political theater for the public. Now, regarding the throne speech, the Bloc Québécois was asking for the government to respect provincial jurisdiction and increase health transfers. That is what Quebec needs, and that is what the current health crisis requires. And yet, we're seeing the exact opposite. The Liberal government wants to centralize further. This led to complete consensus at the Quebec National Assembly. All the parties there, Québec Solidaire, the CAQ, the Liberal Party, the Parti Québécois, everyone agreed that the throne speech was a bad idea. It takes real talent to create consensus between such opposing parties. Even the leader of the Liberal Party stated that it is non-negotiable to respect provincial jurisdiction. She said that this throne speech was a missed opportunity to meet Quebec's needs. That was the Liberal Party of Quebec, and all the other parties in Quebec agree. Why does Ottawa continue to insist on interfering with areas of Quebec and provincial jurisdiction instead of just doing its job? Its role is to do its part in funding health services, as Quebec and the provinces have asked. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you know Adrian Woodridge and John Micklethwaite. Sorry for my accent in English. They're the editors-in-chief of Bloomberg News, as well as a writer at The Economist. They just published a book, Wake Up Call. They are aware of the importance of having a strong public network, especially in the area of health. Today, we are paying the price for having underfunded our health system over the last many years. In Canada, that underfunding goes back to Ottawa, because Ottawa chose to cut transfers in the middle of the 90s and has never corrected the situation since. The public wants health to be better funded, but it doesn't seem to create enough to do enough from an electioneering standpoint. And the result? A decrease in the quality of our public services, a fragile and vulnerable health system, an increase in poverty and inequality. Ottawa, this government, and governments for the last 25 years are directly responsible for the lack of resources and the precarious situation of our health network to manage the pandemic. And here, with reflexes that are worthy of 19th century British imperialism, the PM is accusing the provinces of having badly managed the pandemic. He even wants to create criminal sanctions, even though he's the one who perpetuated the problem by not adequately funding health. That takes real gall. We in the Bloc Québécois want the government and the PM to stop preaching to the provinces and stop acting like a goody two-shoes who's getting involved in areas that he doesn't know much about. Instead, he should simply do what he's supposed to do, fund the health system, and stop helping his friends and his party during the crisis. He should manage programs ethically in a manner that is above all suspicion and that serves the public interest. Now, on a more humorous note, yesterday in La Presse, we heard that the longest word in the French language is not anti-constitutionally, is no longer anti-constitutionally, but the plural word intergovernmentalizations. Well, I don't know if that's true, but that adverb, intergovernmentalization, seems unfortunately to apply to this government. As in the following example, the PM anti-constitutionally governed by interfering in Quebec and provincial areas of jurisdiction. So since this word is no longer the longest anyway, well, the government should stop trying to emulate that adverb and instead respect its areas of jurisdiction. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, as we talk about the throne speech in today's debate and in debates to come in the future, I think it's important to reflect on how the federal government has performed over the last 6 months in terms of taking care of everyday Canadians. And I know that there will always be more work to be done, and there will always be people that could have been helped more, and we will always search for new programs to do that even better. But one thing that I can say in the province of Ontario is that the federal government was there, and the federal government continues to be there for Canadians. Just to put it into numbers, of every $100 that was spent on COVID-19 relief, $97 in Ontario came from the federal government, and only $3 came from the provincial government. I'm wondering if the member from the Bloc knows similar statistics as to what those numbers were in Quebec. How much money did the federal government put on the table versus the provincial government?
L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his comment. It's an interesting question. Why do support measures mainly come from Ottawa, from the federal government? Why? Well, over the last few decades, as I said in my speech, the central government has suffocated the provinces. That's the matter of a fiscal imbalance. How did Jean Chrétien's government with Paul Martin reduce the deficit? By cutting health, post-secondary education transfers, social services transfers. And ever since, things have never gotten back to how they used to be. In 2007, Gaétan Barrette, the Quebec Minister of Health, accused this government of practicing predatory federalism. Because ultimately, in order to give a few more crumbs in funding, it was imposing strict conditions. I would like to remind this House that these programs are put in place, supported by debt, ultimately. Because ultimately, these Canadians and Quebecers who are going to have to reimburse that money later. This is not government money. This is money that the government has to manage responsibly, but ultimately it comes from Canadians and Quebecers, and that's something we need to remember. I also have a question that the government perhaps can reply to later. Yesterday, during his speech, the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Health, a representative of the government, stated that the federal government had the moral authority to intervene in areas of provincial jurisdiction, specifically in the area of health. So I have a question for the government, and perhaps the government can reply later. What has given the federal government this so-called moral authority? Is it the Governor General?
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Powell River.
Thank you. It's North Island Powell River, and I'm so happy to be here in the House today. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to ask the member specifically around healthcare dollars. We know that both Liberal and Conservative governments again and again have cut funding to public health care. And when we look at what's happening across our nation and how responsive all the provinces and territories have to be and how limited the resources are because of the decisions that both of these governments have made during the history of Canada, I'm just wondering if he could speak to the realities of the people in his constituency, because I know so many of mine are struggling profoundly. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It's an interesting question. I would like to hear about the realities for people in her riding after the cuts in healthcare caused by the federal government over the last few years and decades. Before moving to concrete examples, I'd just like to remind my colleague of the existence of this excellent book, Combating Poverty, that discusses how these cuts in the 1990s and later have increased poverty and precariousness among Canadians, especially when it comes to single-parent families and seniors. That's unacceptable. In Quebec, things aren't as bad because using half measures, there are some systems in place like pharmacare and child care in Quebec, subsidized child care. So things are a little better. But I'm thinking of people in my riding that live, for example, in long-term care. The situation is terrible. It's regressive, it's odious, and I would make a direct link between what they're going through and their sufferings and the terrible cuts that this Liberal government has perpetuated.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be speaking today in response to the address of the throne. I've taken part in negotiations between parties as our party whip to make sure Parliament functioned during the pandemic. And just when committees were starting to gear up again, and just as they were undertaking studies in 4 committees looking into the WE scandal, the government turned the switch off, if I may put it that way, in order to stop those investigations. What it would lay out in terms of a vision to fight the pandemic and generally to overcome all the challenges we would be facing post-pandemic, how we would help the economy recover and address all the other issues. So I was listening to the Prime Minister, and yesterday, in fact, I was in the House all day, and I listened to all speeches made by every member of Parliament. And if I may put it this way, I was shocked, I was floored, surprised to see just how arrogant, how disdainful and disrespectful the current government showed towards the provinces. In fact, my feeling was, Claude, you're really in the right place at the right time. You've chosen the right party to represent Quebec, because the Bloc Québécois is a party which wants Quebec to, in fact, be the master of its own destiny. But today what we're seeing and hearing is a government which is disdainful, which is telling Quebec, you are not able to manage your own services, your own healthcare sector. We are going to send money, but we will send that money with strings attached. We will tell you how to spend that money. If you don't do as we say, you won't get the money. Long-term care homes, well, will impose national standards. Well, that's blackmail. It's disdain and arrogance. And I can't live with that. Let me tell you, many other people will not live with that. Before becoming a member of Parliament, I was a manager in Quebec's public health care system. And in fact, I was managing care spaces for seniors in our public system. Talk with any manager of a long-term care home in Quebec or housing resources. Talk to anyone working in that field, a custodian, anyone. No one is going to say the solution to fix the long-term care home problem in Quebec is national standards. No one would give you that answer. In Quebec, everyone knows what we need to do. We need to hire more people. We need to hire more PSWs, nurses, custodians, auxiliary nurses. Mr. Speaker, that can only happen when you have the means to pay all of these people a decent salary. And I think that my colleague for Joliette expressed it clearly. The provinces said so clearly before the speech from the throne. Provinces need transfer payments which are adapted to the needs of each province. The president of the Quebec Federation of Nurses, she didn't call the Prime Minister to say, listen, we need to find a solution. Nurses are exhausted. So they turned to the Premier of Quebec. And the Premier of Quebec, with the means at his disposal, financial and other, well, he's doing his best. But it's not enough. There is a need for increased healthcare transfers. I was completely insulted yesterday. Well, the armed forces lent a hand in some long-term care homes. There were none in the long-term care homes in my riding. But just because federal troops were sent in, the government feels it is justified in imposing national standards and money with strings attached. So again, the sector feels the federal government is going to impose conditions, and only then will the money flow. And it is an extremely disdainful position to treat provinces that way. Every province has its own approach. And every province has a unique situation, and every province knows exactly what to do in its own jurisdiction. Every province is doing its best. But Quebec, for instance, doesn't have enough resources. But it's a sector that knows what to do. Health Canada seems to be struggling to even fulfill its own mandate. So let the provinces do their jobs and meet the needs of their own citizens based on their own situation. The coast-to-coast solution does not work. We're in a pandemic, and every province has a different, has been affected differently by the pandemic. I'm getting a little emotional because what's happening really reaffirms my sovereigntist convictions. In life, when I know I'm doing a good job, I don't want to take marching orders from someone else. Quebec knows what it needs to do. Quebec has the best practices. For those of you who don't know, keeping people in their homes for as long as possible is something that's been recognized as best practice in Quebec for many, many years. The longer seniors can stay at home, the better they're off, and the less expensive it is for society. Everyone knows that. But you need money to help people stay at home for as long as possible, instead of sending them into a retirement home or long-term care facility. We don't need a prime minister to tell us, here's money, but here's how you need to spend it. It's insulting to be told that. I'm thinking of my colleagues today, my colleagues in the healthcare sector. They're all on the ground, working hard, and they're shocked to learn that the federal government wants to impose national standards. The same applies to the mental health care sector, the early childhood and daycare sectors. It's insulting, and it really, really gets to me. And what's interesting in all of this is that it shows that this government feels the provinces are its subjects. You'll get the money when I decide when you get it, and I'll tell you how to spend it. Otherwise, you're not getting the money. The social housing agreement between Quebec and Ottawa took a long time to be finalized. It took 3 years. Everything included in the speech from the throne represents federal incursion into provincial jurisdiction. And it'll take years to negotiate any agreement between the federal government and Quebec. So regardless of who the premier is in Quebec, no Quebec premier will agree to these marching orders from Ottawa. No Quebec premier will ever agree to strings attached when it comes to federal transfers, be it a provincial Liberal government or a government of the CAQ or any provincial government. So, Mr. Speaker, the speech from the throne is nothing but hot air. Nothing is going to happen in the short term, and yet the situation is urgent. However, some things could have been done, even today. The federal government could be doing something which it is not doing. The wage subsidy, for instance, or the Canada Emergency Business Account. Well, there are entrepreneurs in my riding who have desperately tried to reach the federal government, federal representatives, in vain. Some entrepreneurs in my riding have applied 3 times online, and the same answer keeps on coming back. In fact, The minister's office said they're overwhelmed and an answer might be forthcoming in 5 to 6 days. And if the person is not waiting by the phone, the wait will be even longer, another 5 or 6 days. Is this how we're going to restart the economy? Well, this is on the federal government. The federal government is not doing what it needs to do to support our business people. When it comes to immigration, Mr. Speaker, well, I'll finish on this. Same thing with immigration. People are waiting for their work permits. They're waiting for their sponsorship agreements to work. But the immigration department is completely dysfunctional.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning to everyone. I'd like to ask you, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable colleague on the opposite aisle. Our government, over the last few months, under this most extraordinary and unique time in our country's and the world's history, has worked in partnership with the provinces from coast to coast to coast. The Safe Restart Agreement, we've contributed $19 billion to provinces, and a further $2 billion to provinces in restarting their educational system. Like my two daughters have gone back to school, and I'm thankful for that. And I'd like to ask the member opposite, these partnerships, including the Canadian Armed Forces, which was asked by the province of Ontario and Quebec to assist, has shown how this country works, how this country comes together in a time of great need and respond in a very compassionate and diligent manner. And I wonder, and I say to her, say to my honourable colleague, what she thinks of this, what my honourable colleague thinks of this cooperation that has existed, this partnership that has existed for the last several months and continues to proceed forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Well, Mr. Speaker, we don't really have the same definition of what collaboration is or teamwork. When you work on a team, you respect your teammates. You listen to your teammates. Before the speech from the throne, several provincial premiers, including the Premier of Quebec, all of these premiers asked for greater healthcare transfers because the provinces are overwhelmed by the needs of their aging populations. However, the federal government said no in a very arrogant way. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, I'll just add that, yes, the Canadian forces did step in. They helped when there was flooding. They stepped in when provinces called on the federal government. The Red Cross also stepped in, but it's not the federal Red Cross. These are all citizens from across the country. There are a lot of volunteers that have stepped up. We're living in unusual times, but that's not an excuse for the federal government to say no to transfers unless there were strings attached. There's no excuse for the federal government to impose how the money should be spent. Well, that's not team play. That's not respecting your team players in their own areas of jurisdiction. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Joliette, or rather, Jonquière. La Pointe de l'Île. Apologies, La Pointe de l'Île. I'm going to have to start practicing my writing names again. The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for Salaberry-sur-Roi for her excellent speech. She said the federal government was disdainful towards Quebec, the best example being the federal language policy and how that relates to Quebec. Up until now, only the Anglophone minority in Quebec was recognized as a minority. Any financial, legislative, or political intervention in the language area on the part of the federal government was to strengthen English and the English minority in Quebec. As far as I know, for the first time in the speech from the throne, the federal government has recognized it has a responsibility to defend French in Quebec. As long as Quebec is not independent, Quebecers are a minority within Canada, and we are also we fall under the Governor General. Now, will all of this have concrete consequences? Well, following the speech from the throne, all exchanges were in English only. The first thing the government could do would be to support a motion we will present, which would subject federally chartered organizations in Quebec to Bill 101. I'm wondering what my colleague thinks about that. Do you believe the federal government should finally support this bill, this motion that we have been presenting for several years now? 20 seconds for the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. I'd like to tell my colleague thank you for continually defending the French language. And his motion will be unanimously supported by the National Assembly in Quebec. This motion, which would see that all federally regulated agencies in Quebec would be subject to Bill 101. The National Assembly is the supreme authority of the nation of Quebec.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I'll be sharing my time with the member from Don Valley West, the Parliamentary Secretary to Foreign Affairs. And I would like to start off by saying, Mr. Speaker, that it is great to be back in this House and having the opportunity to speak on the floor. And I am extremely pleased to be able to speak to the speech from the throne that was introduced 2 days ago, primarily because of the vision that it sets moving forward. Reflecting on where we've come over the last 6 to 7 months and where we need to get to into the future. And I think it's worth pointing out, Mr. Speaker, that these have been incredibly challenging times for many Canadians. The economic impact and the personal impact on so many Canadians has been devastating. In fact, the economic impact of COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, is recorded as being worse than the 2008 financial crisis. And that's why, as I indicated in one of the questions that I just recently asked, I am extremely pleased to see the work that has been done by the federal government. I am from a riding in Ontario, and I can say that in Ontario, the federal government has stepped up like it has in every other province and territory throughout the country. Has contributed, but not just in a manner, as the Bloc would suggest, that is top-down, but in a manner that's been working with provincial and territorial leaders throughout the last 6 to 7 months. And as we heard the Prime Minister say yesterday, I think he said 18 or 19 First Ministers meetings just since the pandemic began, in addition to all the individual calls and outreach that have been done by the federal government back to the provinces. And indeed, what we've seen in Ontario, Mr. Speaker, is 97% of the money that's been spent on COVID-19 relief has come from the federal government. And that's not to say that the federal government, like the Bloc would like to suggest, has been a top-down, you're going to spend it on this, you're going to spend it on that. A massive amount of that money has gone to the provinces to be spent at their discretion within specific areas of concern. But as we look forward, and this is what this speech from the throne is about, Mr. Speaker, we look forward to the actions that we're going to see this government take if the speech from the throne is adopted. And in particular, the areas that I'm most interested in talking about today, Mr. Speaker, is the action that we're looking forward to taking on climate change and how that's going to impact our economy, on broadband connectivity throughout the country, and long-term care homes and our approach towards long-term care, more generally speaking. And so I'm really glad that the Bloc raised this topic in the last speech that they just gave a few moments ago, because I would like to counter some of the claims that they've made with the national care standards. But first I'll talk about taking action on climate change. This government is proposing to legislate, Mr. Speaker, a goal of net zero by 2050. Bringing this ambitious goal into legislation within our country so that we in everything we do, we strive to achieve this goal. And how will we do this, Mr. Speaker? This will be done, as indicated through the speech from the throne, by a number of incentives. First of all, we can create thousands of jobs by retrofitting homes and buildings using cutting-edge technologies to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, but also reduce costs that Canadian taxpayers and homeowners are experiencing. We will invest in reducing the impacts of climate disasters. Being on Lake Ontario at the mouth where Lake Ontario meets the St. Lawrence River, I can tell you that we are seeing erosion problems from the rising lake levels, and both in Kingston and my islands that I represent, there's been extreme problems. Big Sandy Bay, which is a popular beach on Wolfe Island, one of my islands, has been completely closed on a number of occasions over the last few years because of rising lake waters and literally wiping all the sand away from the beach. Another thing that we'll be doing, and that's been indicated through this speech from the throne, Mr. Speaker, is making zero-emission vehicles more affordable. We are at that tipping point where zero-emission vehicles, electric vehicles, are ready to take off as the new norm, and we're seeing that. We've seen massive growths, and something like 7 or 8% of the vehicles being purchased throughout the world today are electric. And a new fund to attract investment to making zero-emission products and cutting the corporate tax rate in half for these companies to create jobs and make Canada a world leader in this clean technology. As we move towards this, we cannot be caught being left behind, Mr. Speaker. We need to be at the forefront of this. We need to be at the forefront of these technologies so that we can reap the rewards and the gains that will come from, as they become mainstream and norm throughout the world. As we look at one of the issues that I'll move to now, Mr. Speaker, that has become extremely important and apparent over the last 6 to 7 months is broadband connectivity. I live in an area that is considered semi-rural. Kingston has a population of 124,000, but the vast geography of my riding is actually rural areas, including the 2 islands that I have. You don't even have to go that far outside of the city of Kingston. In fact, I live out Highway 2, and you immediately start to lose your connectivity. And so what we're seeing is, as more people are working from home, and that will probably continue for many people into the foreseeable future, we need to make sure that people have that connection to the internet, that connectivity that they need to continue to work. It's not just for entertainment value that we need the internet in this day and age. It's for the actual, getting work done, people working from home, these constant video conferencing calls that people are having, the e-commerce that happens. Connectivity is extremely important, and that's why I was extremely pleased to see the government announce that they would accelerate the timelines and ambitions of Universal Broadband Fund to ensure that all Canadians have access to the internet to help them throughout this country. And I'll get now to long-term care homes, Mr. Speaker. And the Bloc had mentioned long-term care homes on a couple of occasions over the last day or so. And I think that it's important that we develop national long-term care standards. And I'll tell you why, Mr. Speaker. It's not so that the federal government can somehow dictate to the provinces how they have to operate with respect to national standards. Because it's just never going to happen like that. The reality is that our Constitution clearly states who has jurisdiction and authority over what areas. And what we do know, Mr. Speaker, is that the provinces have jurisdiction when it comes to health care for the large part. And so the reason why we need these standards is not to tell provinces what to do, but to create national standards throughout the country that provinces and jurisdictions can look to for advice. This is a way of working with provinces. And I would argue to my friends in the Bloc that this is not anything radical or new. As a matter of fact, our building code works that way. We have a national building code in Canada. It doesn't mean that any of the provinces have to take up that particular piece of legislation. In fact, 2 don't. Ontario and Quebec don't use the National Building Code. They have their own building codes. But guess what? Have a look at the two documents. They're almost identical. And that's because those provincial documents are quite often informed by the national document, the document that is compiled by looking at various different ways of doing things from throughout the country. And I think my read of this, my understanding of national long-term care standards, is to be something very similar to that. To set national standards that the provinces can then look to for advice and for ways to go about making sure that people in long-term care homes are taken care of. And why is it so important? Very, very clearly. We know these facts, and I tried to use some data in asking a block member a question, but he didn't respond. But I'll give you some more data. What we do know in terms of COVID-19 outbreaks is that 30.6% have happened in for-profit homes, 34% in not-for-profit homes, and 24.8% in municipally run homes that we have in Ontario. But what's the most alarming, Mr. Speaker, is according to a Toronto Star report in May, for-profit nursing homes were 4 times more likely to have COVID-19 deaths result from those infections. So we know that there's a problem, but we also know that there is one particular area that is doing very, very well at this, and that's the municipally run homes that we have in Ontario. So why wouldn't we look to develop standards that everybody could then work towards? So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I know my time is winding down. I'm extremely pleased with this speech from the throne. I think it sets ambitious goals as to what we can do to protect our environment, grow our economy in this new age that we're seeing with clean tech. We have the opportunity to work on our long-term care homes and to make sure that they are the best they can possibly be. And of course, as I indicated in my speech, talking about connectivity and connecting Canadians, which is also extremely important. Thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the honourable member. He talked about the acceleration of rural broadband and connectivity in the speech of the throne. It talks about accelerating it. Could he please provide some clarity on what that means? The current federal government's plan says by 2030. Does he mean, could he provide a ballpark timeline? Is that 2029? Is that what the government's accelerating for? We put forth the plan, the honourable member of Calgary Nose Hill, to the government to say, let's do this in the next 18 months. So can we get a ballpark answer on how fast this acceleration for connectivity is going to be? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I mean, I appreciate the question. I realize it's rhetorical in nature because he knows that I don't have the answer to that. A speech from the throne is a guiding document that sets your goals and ambitions over the next course of the legislature. But I will say that if it's doable within 18 months, we need to see, and feasible, we need to see how that can practically happen. Am I in favor of that? If it's practical to do it and feasible to do it, I mean, I don't know who wouldn't if those were the circumstances. So he's asking me specifically, what's the timeline? He knows I don't have that, but he does know that this speech is ambitious in setting its agenda and highlighting it as one of the most important things to take care of.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments? We're going to go to the honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, who is joining us by video conference. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm somewhat in two minds after the throne speech. It tries to defend what is undefendable in that speech, particularly in terms of interference in provincial jurisdiction. This is unacceptable. It's abusive, and it's a lack of respect, a very serious one. Now, I would ask my colleague from Kingston, in his opinion, what will historians remember after this proroguing of Parliament?
Kingston and the Islands.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I was trying to listen to that. There was a lot of noise in the room, so I didn't get the first part of it, but I did get his question. How will historians look back on this time? Historians, in my opinion, if we are able to move forward with this ambitious agenda that's being put forward in this throne speech, historians will look back on this as a time that the government, the federal government, was there for Canadians in their time of most need. When we had a global pandemic throughout the world, and we were able to take care of each other so that we could build back and we could continue to see the thriving economic, social, cultural amenities that we have in our great country. That's how I see historians looking back on this.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. Dont la député de
The honourable for Jonquière. Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There's something that struck me in my colleague's speech. He said we're at a crossroads environmentally, and he hopes that we would arrive at zero emissions by 2030. But if we want to do so, we have to act quickly. And perhaps we should really take a look at things seriously. During the pandemic, the Liberal government accepted to give $500 million to a GasLink project through BDC. Is this part of its zero emissions project? I doubt it. The only thing that rhymes with the fight against climate change is the forestry sector. There isn't one word in the speech from the throne that talks about the forestry sector. There's absolutely nothing in there. And we know there's promising research in such projects in bioforestry, but this government decided to ignore it and once again to look at fossil fuels.
For Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I said I hope we achieve those ambitious goals, then it was clearly a poor choice of words on my part, but I don't think that I did. I could be mistaken. What I do know, and what I did say, Mr. Speaker, is that this is going to be legislated. It's going to be legislated that the federal government will meet these targets. So therefore, it's not about hopes, it's about putting it into law. And, that's my takeaway from this. I think that's quite ambitious when you turn this goal into actual legislation. That's, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, the way that we need to move forward, the way that we're going to keep this in place. And indeed, if another government does come along at another time, it will be up to them to remove that legislation and bear those consequences if they choose to do so.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour to rise today in the House to contribute to this debate on the speech from the throne, a stronger and more resilient Canada. Mr. Speaker, I begin by thanking you personally, the clerk and the staff of the House of Commons, and the House leaders from all the parties who've worked incredibly hard to ensure that Parliament could reconvene with representation in person and virtually from every part of this great country while keeping us all safe. The world has changed since I last spoke in this chamber some 6 months ago. No one in Canada, no one anywhere in the world has been left untouched by the pandemic that has gripped all of humanity. As a neighbor and a friend, I've tried to comfort those most directly affected by this virus, as it's taken its toll on people of all ages and from all walks of life, but mostly the elderly, people with disabilities, people with other vulnerabilities, the poor, racialized Canadians, and people in long-term care facilities. Let me take this opportunity to offer my condolences to the families of those in Don Valley West, who number among the over 9,000 Canadians who have died thus far as a result of COVID-19. COVID-19 has shown us human and scientific vulnerabilities, but it has also revealed the tremendous strength of the human spirit and the determined resolve of our healthcare workers and researchers to beat this virus. Let me also take this opportunity to thank and commend Canada's frontline workers who have kept food and other supplies on the shelves, kept transit running, kept our streets safe, and perhaps most importantly, risked their own lives as they've worked on the front lines of healthcare. I want to give a special shout out today to the tremendous team at Sunnybrook Health Sciences Centre in my riding, including Clarice Shen. Clarice was just 3 months into her new career as a member of Sunnybrook's acute care nursing resource team when last January she volunteered to care for Canada's first confirmed patient with the novel coronavirus, which would then become known later as COVID-19. She is one example of the incredible nurses, doctors, caregivers, hospital workers, and researchers who've led the way in patient care and medical research across Canada. All around the world, people are touched by this disease, and while we in Canada certainly have struggled with medical supplies and equipment, we are blessed with an incredible healthcare system and great professionals like Clarice Chen. But we must remember that people in developing countries are not nearly as fortunate, and they stand on a precipice hoping that science will catch up to the virus before it spreads to them in ways that will be devastating beyond belief. This is a health crisis like none other in the history of the world. But the pandemic's health crisis has been matched with an economic crisis like we've never seen in our lifetimes. As the Member of Parliament for a Midtown Toronto riding, the riding of Don Valley West, I've talked to literally hundreds of people who have lost their jobs, closed their businesses, missed student loan payments, or have been burdened with costs or debts they have no idea how they will pay or repay. It's not only an unprecedented health crisis, it's an unprecedented economic crisis. Governments in Canada and around the world have taken great strides to soften the economic blow of this crisis with a host of programs. Many of them are outlined in the speech from the throne. But needs will continue well into the future, and I'm very pleased that the government has not only taken note of this, but has devised an action plan that will ensure we indeed do take the right steps to have a stronger and more resilient Canada, with stronger and more resilient Canadians. Our primary concern is the health of Canadians. It is the first foundation of our government's agenda for the foreseeable future. From faster and more readily available testing, to the tracing of contacts through new technology, to the support of businesses who may need to shutter themselves, sending their employees home to halt the spread of this tenacious virus, to the support of provinces and territories in their provision of health care and long-term care, and ultimately to the development and distribution of a vaccine to halt the spread of sickness, our government will ensure that everything possible is done to ensure your health and the health of all Canadians. As we've done over these last many months, we'll continue to work with provincial and territorial governments, local governments, and public health agencies to ensure that our plan is the right plan and the unique plan for every part of this country. But even as we undertake this great national health project, Canadians will more than ever need the financial help of the federal government. There is a cost, a huge financial cost to this virus, and our government has chosen to shoulder the largest burden of this cost. This is no time for austerity. This is a time to invest in Canada, to invest in Canadians. When a person loses a job due to COVID-19, they need support. They need a job. And we'll create over 1 million jobs to restore employment to previous levels. When a small business owner is forced to limit or radically change the focus of their business, they need support. We'll extend the wage subsidy, expand the system for business loans, and support some of the hardest hit industries, including travel and tourism, hospitality, cultural industries, and the arts. When a parent has to stay home to take care of their children or their own parents, they need support. We will create a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. When a young person can't get that first job, they need our support. We'll significantly expand the program providing paid work experiences for young Canadians. And when an older employee needs training to prepare for a new career, they need our support. And we'll make the largest investment in Canadian history in training for workers. Our government has consciously chosen to shoulder the biggest burdens faced by Canadians because we have the largest capacity to do just that. Only the federal government can ensure that these burdens are shared fairly. As its second foundation for building a stronger and more resilient Canada, the Liberal government has promised to be there to help all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And while we are protecting and preserving the health of Canadians, and while we're helping them through this economic crisis, we'll seize this opportunity to build back better. COVID-19 has revealed cracks in our social safety net, in government programs, and for particular businesses in the areas of our country hit unusually hard. So the third foundation of our agenda is to build back better. And we'll seize the opportunity to create more jobs and build better communities. I am suspecting that my time is coming to an end, but you owe me some time later.
If the honourable member would like to finish, he's got 3 minutes coming to him after, and we can go on with statements by members.
All right, let's end it there, and I will continue because the best is still yet to come. Thank you, Mr.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Central Nova.
Mr. Speaker, we recently marked 100 years since the No. 2 Construction Battalion, Canada's first and only all-black battalion, was disbanded following the end of the First World War. The battalion was formed in Pictou, Nova Scotia, just minutes from where I live today, and included black Canadians from coast to coast within its ranks. At the outset of the war, these soldiers were not wanted. They didn't just fight for their country, but fought for their right to do so after being told that the conflict was a white man's war. The battalion was instrumental during the effort. They built roads, bridges, and trenches and were essential in securing victory for Canada and its allies. Despite their many contributions, when the soldiers of the battalion returned home, they were not afforded the same hero's welcome that their white brothers in arms received. Racism and discrimination were all too common 100 years ago, Mr. Speaker, and while we've made significant strides in the past century, systemic anti-black racism continues in our communities and across Canada today. I want to take this opportunity to recognize the sacrifices and accomplishments of the No. 2 Construction Battalion and its members and reaffirm their rightful place as heroes in the history of our nation. I encourage all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to acknowledge systemic racism and commit themselves to stomping it out at every opportunity. Thank you.
Honourable member for Niagara West.
The COVID-19 pandemic has been difficult for all Canadians. Our lives have changed, and no one knows when things will go back to normal and what that new normal will look like. Many Canadians have lost their jobs. Many small business owners have had to close their doors. Too many have lost a loved one to the virus. And I'm concerned this government hasn't responded well in helping those most affected. In Wednesday's throne speech, the government made no mention of the deep and worrisome challenge experienced by our friends in Western Canada and our world-class resource sector. Electric cars are fabulous, but they're unlikely to keep our country united. There was also no commitment to increase desperately needed health transfers, and provinces were very clear of the need for increased funding. We're also falling behind our allies when it comes to rapid COVID-19 testing. I'm hopeful that we can emerge from the COVID era stronger and more united than ever, but to do this, we need this government to provide real support where it is critically needed, and do so now.
L'honorable député d'Orléans.
The honourable member for Orléans. Mr. Speaker, today the Franco-Ontarian community is celebrating Franco-Ontarians' critical contribution and unique history in Ontario and elsewhere in our country. This morning in Orléans, I had the honour of participating in a flag-raising ceremony with Francophone leaders and my colleagues, MPP Stephen Blais and municipal councillors Laura Dudas and Mathieu Ludoff. Since 2010, the 25th of September has been Franco-Ontarian Day. This is in memory of the first time the Franco-Ontarian flag was raised in Sudbury 45 years ago today. I'm a proud Franco-Ontarian. I join my voice to yours. Together, let us celebrate our culture, our heritage, and the French language. Let us continue to promote it. And let us all celebrate the deep contribution of the Francophone community to Ontario and to the rest of our country. Mr. Speaker, we are, we will be.
Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, justice delayed is justice denied. This government has had all the power to immediately act on the priorities outlined by the Black Caucus and supported by over 150 MPs, senators, and cabinet ministers. Yet from procurement to policing, they have failed. From banning street checks to racial profiling, they have refused. In my short time here, it's becoming clear that at every turn and every crisis, Liberals make promises that they have no intention of keeping. They use the words like equity and the language of racial justice in the speech from the throne. But absent of taking immediate action, the words of Liberals remain empty and meaningless. To be clear, It is not the goodwill of this Liberal government that forced addressing systemic racism. It was the tens of thousands of Canadians taking to the streets, led by the BLM movement, demanding that this government move beyond performative acts of social justice and just act now.
Member for Oakville North Burlington. I believe you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 40 years ago, a brave young man embarked on a marathon of hope to find a cure for cancer. Terry Fox inspired a nation. On September 20th, Canadians from coast to coast to coast celebrated the 40th anniversary by taking part their way. While this year's Terry Fox Run was different and distant, it still remains Canada's largest one-day fundraiser for cancer research. People still get cancer in spite of the pandemic, and the need for cancer research remains just as important. My colleague, the member for Scarborough Agincourt, walked in honor of her late husband, Arnold Chan. Survivor Lisa Moody joined her family for a 5K walk in her neighborhood. Team Darrow raised over $14,000 this year while logging over 6,000 kilometers. In Oakville, we are hosting an art auction, which you can check out at oakvillechallenge.com. As Terry said, anything is possible if you try.
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, it seems one of the Prime Minister's new buzzwords is austerity. Now, I'm not entirely certain how he defines austerity, but at minimum, I think we all can agree cutting anything to him is austerity. In his nonpartisan TV speech, this Prime Minister stated that now is not the time for austerity. While I find it puzzling because in my riding and in 48 other ridings across Canada, this Liberal government wants to kill the automated 24-hour VHF weather service. They say that you can get the same information from a smartphone. But here's the problem. Because of the other broken promises from this Prime Minister, there are lakes and backcountry areas where there is still no wireless signal available, and that can place people in danger. And Mr. Speaker, if the VHF infrastructure is already in place and operating, until this Prime Minister fulfills his promises to ensure that all regions of Canada are connected by the same wireless services, I'm asking this Liberal government to continue providing automated VHF weather radio service to my riding.
Honorable député de Laval-les-Îles.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of this month, we lost someone who has given a great deal to Laval in particular and Canada in general, at a very early age, only 52. Mr. Joe Shai was actively involved in several charitable organizations in Canada and in Lebanon, such as the Canada-Lebanon Chamber of Commerce, the Cedars Cancer Foundation, the Cedars Home for the Elderly, the Sons of Lebanon, the Red Cross, and others.
To the community. I join my family and my constituents to offer our sincere condolences to his wife, Teresa Soda, his children, Emilia and Peter, his family and loved ones. To Joe and his family, know that we will continue your legacy. Joe, rest in peace. May your memories be eternal. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Speaker, I am so proud to represent my riding of Mississauga East Cooksville. Throughout this pandemic, my community and our country have risen to the challenge with decisiveness and determination to help beat this invisible enemy. Our seniors, frontline workers, those with disabilities, young people, vulnerable populations, women, and in particularly low-income women. Our businesses and entrepreneurs have been deeply affected. So many individuals and organizations have stepped up to help those less fortunate. My constituents like Selwyn Colosso with his team of seniors at the Go and Overseas Association and David Chant with his group of scouts have raised thousands of dollars and thousands of meals donated to the Mississauga Food Bank. We continue to fight COVID-19 together, providing vital lifelines of support. I was thrilled to hear the speech from the throne that set the pathway to our recovery, an ambitious plan for an unprecedented reality. Speaker, we will continue to build a stronger and more resilient country together.
The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, Parliament is back after 6 weeks of prorogation. The Prime Minister hopes Canadians have forgotten the investigations, but his government cannot escape the light that will shine on the truth of his scandals and the failures intertwined. At a time when we face crisis so deep and so sinister, the PM's follies have cost him his late finance minister. While Canadians look on, wondering when it will end, Conservatives stand up for Canada and to serve and defend. To my constituents and to all Canadians, I do say that there is hope for better days. When trust and sense and patriot love are restored, and we shed this broken government that we've grown to abhor. And more than hope, today we must believe that change is needed to vanquish those who deceive. Change that is stronger, change that will get the job done, change we believe in, change to overcome.
Honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I pay tribute to Ottawa restaurateur and philanthropist Dave Smith, who passed away on September 4th. Dave opened Nate's Deli in 1959 and transformed it into an iconic Ottawa institution. Through his dedication serving on 50 boards of directors, from the Snowsuit Fund to the Military Families Fund, he raised over $150 million for charities over his lifetime. Dave's greatest achievement is the youth center that bears his name. The Dave Smith Youth Treatment Center has helped over 17,000 youth with addiction and mental health treatments. I'm grateful to have known Dave and his amazing wife, Darlene. To know him was to love him. He greeted everyone like an old friend and cared deeply about his community. Dave leaves a profound legacy. He touched so many lives and made our city and our country better. We will miss him.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, it has now been over 6 months since COVID-19 was declared a pandemic. Residents in my riding of Kelowna Lake Country and Canadians from across the country followed safety protocols, doing their part to flatten the curve, giving health workers time to prepare. Despite this, the federal government's plans continue to fall short. This summer, my community was unfortunately a hotspot for COVID-19 cases. Numerous hospitality businesses had to close again after just reopening, causing further financial hardship for the businesses and their workers. Taking days to receive COVID-19 test results is stressful for everyone, including families sending kids back to school. Despite this, Health Canada has been slow in approving different kinds of rapid testing devices and at-home tests, including those that have been approved and used in other highly developed countries. People's lives are on hold while waiting for test results. The process must improve. This government needs to come up with solutions to keep people safe and allow businesses to remain open.
L'honorable député de Montmagny-Lisle.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lisle, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada is now in the 7th month of the COVID-19 pandemic, but the government is dragging its feet as if the pandemic had just started. Several other countries have developed rapid tests in order to systematically be able to test workers, travelers, and other groups in order to minimize the spread of this virus before it's too late. But Health Canada is still refusing to approve this type of test, even though testing centres and labs are overflowing. That means that day after day, Canadians are turned away, which means they may infect their families and their colleagues. It's unacceptable that the Government of Canada prefers no test to a test that is elsewhere considered 95% reliable. We are asking the government to recognize the technological advances of the last few months, and we ask the competent authorities to stop delaying the approval of these rapid tests that can save lives. Thank you.
Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The pandemic shone a light on how poorly Canada is doing in taking care of its seniors, particularly seniors who depend on our long-term care system. It showed the backwards thinking of many governments, including the Conservative government in Manitoba, who, as one of its first acts after being elected, cancelled an upgrade and expansion of Park Manor Personal Care Home in Transcona and other care homes across the province. It showed the effect of the creeping privatization of our health system that's been taking place for a long time now, that puts the the financial interests of investors ahead of the interests of our loved ones in personal care homes. And it's been my honor to serve as a vice chair of the NEP's Building for Better task force. We've heard from experts across the country who have highlighted the negative role that the profit motive has been playing in long-term care. We've seen the result with higher rates of death in for-profit personal care homes across the country. And it's a call for federal leadership in funding and convening the provinces to have better standards. That's something the NEP is here to fight for, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, for several months, I have been in contact with the Maksoud family from my riding. Their eldest child, Bilal, got married in Lebanon a few years ago. Due to an interpretation error during an interview with an immigration officer at the embassy, his wife cannot immigrate to Canada. But she has followed all the correct procedures. The Quebec Immigration Ministry itself recognizes that she is an excellent candidate. In addition to the stress of this, Mr. Maksoud's wife has also undergone the terrible tragedy that recently occurred in Beirut. After the disaster, on the 4th of August, the Journal de Montréal stated in a headline, Ottawa wants to facilitate the process for Lebanese citizens. And in La Presse, it stated that Ottawa would make it easier for Lebanese citizens to come to the country. I spoke about this file to the Minister of Immigration, and I know he cares about this, but he needs to reflect that by his actions. What's at stake here is the future of a family that deserves to be reunited.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the need for rapid testing for COVID-19 is not a request, nor is something we can negotiate on. These are the facts. Canada's unemployment surged to 13.7 this summer. NAV Canada announced it's cutting another 14% of its workforce this week. And hundreds of small businesses across this country have been forced to shut down since March. We have come to the point in the timeline where we have accepted we will have to live with COVID for the foreseeable future. We must improvise, we must adapt, we must overcome. Yet despite various pilot programs funding rapid test research across Canada and numerous countries around the world using innovative rapid testing methods, our government is napping on the possibility of getting our country back to relative working order. On behalf of the country's airlines, our nation's moms, dads, loved ones who have been separated for months, restaurant owners, workers, retailers, employees, I urge the government to wake up and signal the green light for rapid testing, not tomorrow, not next week, now.
The honourable member for Don Valley North.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to mark the centennial of the Treaty of Sèvres signed at the end of the First World War. As part of the larger Versailles peace settlement, the treaty made a commitment to try Ottoman officials for perpetrating the Armenian genocide and to set the borders of the Republic of Armenia by including the historic Armenian provinces into its sovereign territory under the protection of the Allied powers. Though often overlooked in our history, Canada played a major role in assisting the Armenian population during the genocide. At the time, prominent Canadians, British politicians, and intellectuals called for Canada to assume the mandate for Armenia. Unfortunately, that project was never realized. Today, I join thousands of Armenian Canadians in Don Valley North and across Canada to commemorate this important chapter in our collective history and commit to a just resolution for the Armenian genocide. Thank you.
Oral questions. Question orale, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the role of the Prime Minister is to unite Canadians, especially in a crisis as we are going through right now. But on the contrary, the Prime Minister is showing just how arrogant he is with regard to the provinces. Instead of bringing everyone together, he's giving lessons in a way that is irresponsible and disrespectful. Yesterday, the Prime Minister of Canada gave lessons to the Premier of Quebec. Insulting the Premier means insulting Quebecers. Why is the Canadian Prime Minister being so irresponsible? The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the speech from the throne, which is an excellent one, and which includes, for instance, daycare. Quebec already has its daycare system. Of course, we take that into account. And in fact, it's a model for us for other provinces, and Quebec will get its fair share through negotiations. That's clear. The other point my friend has referred to is seniors. Seniors don't belong to any jurisdiction. They are people who have suffered more than anyone else during the pandemic. The honourable member. Well, that's right, Mr. Speaker. Since Quebec has its daycare system. Why? Because this falls under provincial jurisdiction. It's up to the provinces to decide. The federal government should not dictate to the provinces what to do. Yesterday, when I asked the Prime Minister questions about Western Canada and why Western Canadians are so upset, he said, that's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Mr. Speaker, not only has he offended Quebecers, but also Western Canadians. Why is the Canadian Prime Minister being so irresponsible towards all Canadians? Mr. Speaker, the speech from the throne contains very positive things for all Canadians. When you read the speech from the throne and you go through all of its elements, it's clear that we are in a pandemic, and it is the priority of the government is to protect the health and safety of all Canadians. So I would like to reach out to my friend and I would ask him, instead of fighting over jurisdictions or just generally fighting, let's work together, Mr. Speaker, to help our seniors, to help our businesses, and to help those who have lost their jobs. Let's do all of this together. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government tabled a piece of legislation a few days ago, Bill C2, and obviously we want to work correctly on that. We made a proposition a few hours ago with our all counterparts here. To be sure to work correctly, we mean to have a sitting house here for a committee of the whole this Sunday. Is the government is ready to work on Sunday for the good and wealth of the future of the Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, the government is working 7 days a week for Canadians. The government's working all the time for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We'll analyze what my colleague has offered, and through discussions we can get to do a lot of things, and that's why we insisted so much to be able to be here and also present virtually, so all MPs could participate. And I'm glad that they agreed, that they finally agreed, Mr. Speaker. We can do a lot of things together with goodwill.
Honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Yesterday, the Minister of Health said, quote, that she would rely on the expertise of researchers, scientists, and experts to guide us on the matter of rapid testing. But experts, researchers, and scientists in other developed countries have already approved rapid and at-home testing. So this begs the question, if we're collaborating with these experts, researchers, and scientists on things like a vaccine, why can't we use it for rapid testing? When will the review of rapid testing be complete in Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the question. And I obviously share the members' deep desire to have more sophisticated tools to be able to respond to COVID-19, including more sophisticated testing capacity. Of course, there's not one single rapid test solution, and testing is a complex space. But I will tell you what I do know. We need to rely on Canadian regulators who will tell us when a test is safe enough and accurate enough to be released into Canadian society, because, of course, tests that don't provide accurate responses could make situations way worse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
The minister needs to realize there are people waiting for 8 to 10 days to get their results. And it's her job to go into her department and say, hey, what's taking so long? Why can't we do this quickly and fulsomely? Make it happen. It's not enough to share a desire, Mr. Speaker. She is in charge of this. She's got to go read the Riot Act to her bureaucrats and get this done. When will the review be complete?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the member opposite, I'm incredibly grateful to the bureaucrats, as she calls them, the researchers, the scientists, the civil service, who has
We're on mute. We haven't heard anything. The Honourable Minister, if she can check her connection. L'honorable député de la Prairie.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, we saw just how condescending the Prime Minister was. Who does he think he is to give lessons to Quebec with regard to the presence of armed forces in long-term care forums? Quebec taxpayers, in fact, pay for the armed forces. Why are we in this situation today? Because for 25 years, the federal government has made cuts to health care. They're the ones who are at fault, not the government of Quebec. If the federal government had listened to Quebecers, experts, or common sense, they would have invested in health care. Instead of giving lessons, why is this government not increasing health care transfers? Before continuing, I would like to remind members, and I know that we've only just started our work again. Please refer to members by their ridings, not their names. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, again, my colleague is trying to create dissent between Quebec and Ottawa. I said so yesterday, and I still maintain, and I say this from the bottom of my heart, Mr. Speaker. Our seniors are not a line in the Constitution. They are not a jurisdiction. These are flesh and bones human beings who have suffered more than anyone else in this pandemic, and we will be there for them. The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the government has missed something. What was disdainful yesterday was not the Quebec government or anyone else. It was the federal prime minister who was trying to give lessons to others. He talked about a blank check. Well, he gave a $900 million blank check to his wee charity friends. That's writing a blank check. Will they increase healthcare transfers? Yes or no? The honourable minister. Mr. Speaker, we've made significant investments in healthcare. We will keep on making those investments, be it in Quebec or elsewhere in Canada. However, here we are specifically talking about national standards, and we're talking about a dialogue we want to have with the provinces. We want to share common objectives. Of course, the provinces manage their own healthcare sectors, but it is extremely hurtful to reduce seniors to a jurisdictional issue. They are human beings. They have a right to healthcare dignity and good healthcare services.
Merci, Monsieur.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Decided to prorogue government, and in doing so, had almost 2 months to plan for a second wave, which we knew was coming. Now we're in the second wave. And this government has really no plan to deal with the crucial questions that people are faced with right now. What is this government doing to ensure people have access to testing? What are they doing to make sure people who need childcare have access to it? And what are they doing to make sure that our seniors, those who were ground zero for COVID-19, are protected? And finally, how is this government going to ensure that it's not everyday families that pay the price for the recovery, but it's those who have profited off this pandemic who pay the price?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly apologize for losing connection during the last question. To the member opposite, as the member knows, we have been there every step of the way with Canadians, with provinces, with territories, in fact, with local communities to make sure that we have a robust response to COVID-19, that we can together work to protect and save lives of Canadians. We will continue that work in collaboration with all levels of government, with indeed Canadians, because that's how we will get through this together.
Member for Burnaby South.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because of the fact that the Liberal government and the Prime Minister shut down Parliament, they had almost 2 months to plan their response to a second wave. Well, now we're in the second wave, but what's the plan? What's the plan to address the issues which still are not fixed? For instance, testing, long-term health care, and senior care. What is the plan the federal government has to ensure that there is no profiting from this pandemic? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question. We have worked very hard with the provinces and the territories and with local governments
incredibly hard with all levels of government and indeed with Canadians to ensure that we can respond to COVID-19 together no matter what the virus throws at us. Mr. Speaker, this is a rapidly evolving situation, as you know, and of course the tools and the knowledge to defeat COVID-19 continue to evolve, and we will be there, Mr. Speaker, for Canadians and for communities, no matter what COVID-19 throws at us.
Member for Carleton.
I rise today to report 1 million missing paychecks. That's the number of people who've lost their jobs since February and have not been hired back. We have the highest unemployment of the G7. The US, UK, France, Italy, Japan, Germany, they all had COVID too, but they have lower unemployment than we do. Mr. Speaker, when will this government recognize that their plan to impose austerity on private sector mines and small businesses is not working?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the economic support we have been providing to Canadians during the pandemic has not only prevented a great deal of human misery, it is also driving our economic recovery. And you don't need to take my word for it. I quote, "Federal government income support programs have so far been paramount for averting the delinquency tsunami and protecting the economy." TD economist Ksenia Bushmienko.
Well, member for Carleton.
Oh yes, the bankers are very happy.
Yeah.
They're making all kinds of money these days, Mr. Speaker. But you know who's not happy? The million working class people who no longer have jobs.
Yes.
Who had to come home and sit at the kitchen table with their spouse and say, honey, I no longer have work or a paycheck, and I don't know what we're going to do. No government program can replace the mighty force of our 20 million workers, the power of a paycheck. When will this government get out of the way and let our workers get back into jobs?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me remind the member for Carleton and all Canadians what he said on March 8th when asked about what support the government should offer to those very Canadians hurt by the pandemic. I quote, "You may want to address COVID-19 with big, fat government programs. We're conservatives. We don't believe in that. Our government chose to support Canadians, and we are proud of it. I hate to imagine what the Conservatives would have done had they been elected in 2018.
The member for Carleton.
Well, there you go. They believe that big, fat government programs can replace the dignity and productivity of a job. Everyday Canadians actually want the opportunity to work. That is the only thing that will permanently put food on the table and provide the wealth necessary to fund our cherished social safety net. This government has the worst jobs record in the G7, 1/3 higher unemployment than across the OECD. Wow. When will they acknowledge that their plan is just not working?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what the honourable member seems to maybe just not understand is that in fighting this pandemic, we have asked Canadians to make a really big sacrifice. We have asked Canadians to stay home. And you know what? We are still asking Canadians to practice social distancing because the best economic policy is to crush coronavirus. And to make it possible for Canadians to do that, our government is there for them, and we will be.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, here's a good one from this morning. The Prime Minister signed an agreement to find a vaccine with Canada for the CNRC and CanSec Bio, but the Chinese government simply cancelled the contract. We know that the Prime Minister really likes the Chinese communist regime, but Canadians want to know how many millions of dollars were lost to the Chinese. The Honourable Minister.
Our government has been working closely with experts and industry partners throughout this pandemic, which has allowed us to make an evidence-based approach to vaccine research and development. In the context of our continued research and evolving evidence, the National Research Council chose to implement the revised expert advice of the Vaccine Task Force and pursue other vaccine candidates. We will continue to actively pursue every promising option for a COVID-19 vaccine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. That answer is not satisfactory. Canada signed an agreement with the Chinese state organization CanSino Bio. The Chinese canceled the deal. It cost us money. But worse than that, the Canadian patents were transferred to China, and we still don't understand. And it seems that the government has forgotten that our two Michaels are still prisoners there, and that Chinese really doesn't care about Canadian interests. So what does the Prime Minister think about this whole situation? And how can Canada's intellectual property, how could that end up in Chinese hands when they don't respect us?
Speaker, and I welcome that question because, as everyone in this House knows, Canada has a complex and multidimensional relationship with China. Canada engages with China with our eyes wide open. Many of our international partners are facing similar challenges. We actively engage with them constantly to ensure that Canadian interests are upheld, human rights are spoken about, intellectual property is protected. Our government has been clear about our principles, our commitment to the rule of law, our deep concern for our citizens, including Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor, arbitrarily detained, and our farmers and producers in Canada who seek markets. Canada will remain firm and resolute.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you for this diplomatic answer. But at the end of the day, our patents were stolen. We've lost millions of dollars. We trusted the Chinese when we know we cannot trust them. That's pretty clear. Yesterday, I asked other questions with regard to committees here in Canada, things we normally control. The Committee on Vaccines and the Committee on COVID-19. We learned that a member of the vaccine group quit the group because he felt there was a lack of transparency. The other committee, the Committee on COVID-19, can we confirm there is no conflict of interest on the part of members of that particular committee?
Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank my colleague for the question. Unlike the Conservatives who defunded science, our government greatly values the work of top scientific and industry experts who are volunteering their time to help ensure sound evidence-based decisions. But let me be very, very clear. The Vaccine Task Force has a robust conflict of interest process in place, which embodies international best practices, includes an online registry of declared interests, and is consistent with the practices of other volunteer external advisory bodies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, Ottawa does not want to sign a blank check. Ottawa says we have the expertise. Expertise in healthcare? Ottawa? Is that a joke? Ask the First Nations who don't have access to drinking water. Ask our veterans who've been abandoned by the system. The only expertise Ottawa has in healthcare is its ability to cause problems. We're on the cusp of the second wave. People will get sick. People will die. Please, enough of the expertise. Just send us the money. What are they waiting for? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, again, our friends from the Bloc Québécois are looking for fights, for battles. They're comparing what Ottawa's doing, what Quebec is doing, what the other provinces are doing. Well, the fight against COVID, it's not a battle of one person or one group. It's the battle of everyone together, all of us parliamentarians, different governments, all of our cities and towns. That is what the Bloc does not want to recognize, because the Bloc don't like peace. But we'll keep on working together. We can do it. The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, Ottawa should mind its own business before sticking its nose into other people's business. Quebec and the provinces are not responsible for the spread of the virus. There were no tests in airports or at the borders and no follow-ups. Ottawa did nothing, and yet It should have. That was its responsibility. Another federal responsibility, which has not been fulfilled, is the transfer of funds for healthcare so that Quebec and the provinces can keep on fighting this pandemic. Well, they finally now increase healthcare transfers. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A little earlier, I was looking in the statutes and regulations of the Bloc Québécois. The first one says that the Bloc Québécois is a sovereigntist party. It wants independence. So I'm just wondering whether there's a connection between that and the fact that they're always criticizing Ottawa. They're blaming Ottawa for everything, regardless of what we do. We help Quebec in healthcare. We send in the Red Cross. Well, it's always Ottawa's fault, Mr. Speaker. When we know that different levels of government can work together. They have worked together and they will continue to work together. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government has literally draped itself into a nice speech but has done nothing for Francophones, so it's not surprising that it gave a $1 billion contract, sole source contract, to We Charity, which is a unilingual Anglophone organization. And yet it's not complicated. Everybody simply wants the Official Languages Act to be modernized. So can the Minister for the Official Languages tell us when she will finally table a bill, as is called for by all organizations defending Francophone rights in this country? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague for his new responsibility for official languages, and I'd be very pleased to let him know everything Conservatives have done against official languages, because it's been 5 years that we've been trying to fix the problems caused by the Conservatives, namely the Francophone University in Ontario and the Legal Challenges Program. That said, I'm happy to work with him to strengthen the Official Languages Act, and I'm looking forward to further discussions with him. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the Minister that, in reality, they've been in power for 5 years and that nothing has been done. A few weeks ago, just recently, this Liberal government, including the Minister, there was a call. They awarded a sole source contract to their We Charity friends, when we all know, and it's been documented, that they are unable to, that this organization does not operate in French. So we're talking about the We Charity scandal, which the government is trying to squash. So again, when will this minister table a bill which everyone is calling for? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that we are cleaning up the mess the Conservatives have left us with regard to official languages. We're not only cleaning up the mess at the federal level, but also the mess at the provincial level, including the mess left behind by Doug Ford. Now, Jason Kenney is, in fact, undermining Francophones in his province with the Saint-Jean campus. So will my colleague join me and denounce the cuts Jason Kenney is making, which will disadvantage Francophones and the Saint-Jean campus?
Mr. Speaker, long before COVID-19, the Liberals promised to put people first by investing in public transit. Nowhere is the need greater than the Yonge subway extension. With 1.2 million residents and over 636,000 jobs, York Region is one of Canada's largest municipalities, but still has no Yonge subway. This is the top priority for the residents in my riding and for all of York Region, but the Liberals aren't listening. When will this government deliver critical infrastructure funds for the Yonge subway extension?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have a bilateral agreement with Ontario that sees the federal government investing a historic $11.8 billion in Ontario over the next decade, including $8.3 billion for public transit. We need to be working with the government of Ontario and with local governments, and we've asked the government of Ontario to submit business cases on their major GTA transit lines, including the Premier's preferred Ontario line, so that we can actually move forward and expedite funding decisions.
Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
And yet the Ontario government has already committed to the funding for the Yonge Subway extension. The Yonge Subway extension would create over 60,000 jobs and enable housing for 88,000 residents. It would drastically reduce greenhouse gas emissions by taking over 3,000 buses a day off the streets. York Region keeps asking, but this government remains silent. When will this government create jobs and protect the environment and fund the Yonge Subway extension?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's always nice to hear Conservatives talk about the importance of protecting the environment. That is a top priority for us, and that's why we're investing in public transit. I would certainly encourage the Government of Ontario to bring a business case for it, because I know how much Conservatives care about taxpayer dollars, so we need to actually have the details so that we can move forward on an important project that will create jobs, that will reduce congestion, and that will improve the lives of people in Ontario.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
We know that women's careers have been the hardest hit by this pandemic, which has been made worse by the Liberals' failure to follow through on their promises for a universal childcare program they first promised in 1993. Mr. Speaker, I am not going to hold my breath. Will the minister tell us the implementation timeline for a universal childcare program that properly supports early childhood educators, cares for kids with exceptional needs, and helps parents who want to go back to work outside the home confidently go back to work?
The Honourable Minister.
Parliamentary Secretary in this case, but thank you very much. We have made the largest single-year investment in early learning and childcare in the history of this country this year through this pandemic, with a $625 million investment to help get childcare spaces secured, expanded, and made safe for families right across the country. That's before the throne speech. The throne speech is now committed to a new national program. We look forward to the NDP supporting it and not defeating a government like they did back in 2006. But the critical issue now is to sit down with the provinces and expand the system, protect quality, and make sure that childcare workers are paid properly. That's the work we're engaged in. That's the work we'll continue to move forward on.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, the Nutawnath on the West Coast to the Mi'kmaq on the East Coast, the Liberals have spent millions on lawyers to fight Indigenous fishing rights. And time again, the courts have upheld Indigenous fishing rights. Now the lawyers, the Liberals, are talking out of both sides of their mouths. But by trying to play both sides, they're leaving DFO officials without a clear mandate, and they're putting lives at risk. Will the minister finally back up her claims that she supports self-determination by actually upholding inherent and constitutionally protected rights?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, right now the government's #1 priority is making sure people stay safe in southwest Nova Scotia, where the tensions are quite high. We are working with our First Nations leadership as well as with the industry partners in Nova Scotia. We believe that the best way forward is through respectful and collaborative dialogue. We are working to make sure that we uphold those treaty rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, as I'm always in contact with the people and the entrepreneurs of Brome-Missisquoi, I was able to see their solidarity and resilience during this pandemic. As we move towards an economic recovery, our people are asking for one thing: the creation of better jobs and more investment in infrastructure. Now we're looking toward the future. Can the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities give an update on her work to help communities?
Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank the member for Brome-Missisquoi for this question. Every dollar that the government will invest will be to create good jobs and to improve the quality of life of our communities. And that is why the federal government is investing in the renewal of water ducts in that riding. and they will receive more than $5 million from the Green Infrastructure Fund to improve the quality of life and the resiliency of these people.
Mission Maskey, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, when the pandemic hit, financial institutions granted 6-month mortgage deferrals to ensure Canadians wouldn't lose their homes. By the end of June, more than 768,000 Canadians used these programs. Next week, those deferral programs end and mortgage payments are due. Economists suggest that 5% of mortgages could default. That's almost 40,000 homes. Mortgages weren't referenced in the throne speech. Mr. Speaker, why is the Liberal government okay with potentially thousands of Canadians losing their homes? Are we not in a second wave?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you very much for that important question. Mr. Speaker, our government is absolutely committed to supporting Canadians and Canadian businesses throughout this crisis. The mortgage deferrals from our banks have indeed been very, very helpful to many Canadian families, and this is an issue that we are going to continue to be working on. I also want to point out that the extensive support we have provided to individual Canadians and to Canadian small businesses has helped Canadians get through so far. As we said in the throne speech, we are committed to continuing to be there for Canadians as we fight, as the member opposite points out quite rightly, this second wave.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' National Housing Co-Investment Fund was announced with great fanfare in 2017, but over the 2 to 3 year period has delivered very little nationwide. Now they want us to believe they can build 3,000 homes in 6 months. Right. Will the government commit, here and now, to operate with transparency and provide a running list of projects as they are allocated funding with regional breakdowns, unlike the opaque approach to the National Housing Co-Investment Fund?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Rapid Housing Initiative announced this week with a $1 billion investment in acquisition and construction of new supportive housing units is one of the most important investments I think this government and this country has ever made in terms of battling chronic homelessness. The throne speech now commits to ending chronic homelessness in this country, and that is an ambitious but a massively necessary target. The issue that the member opposite raises is an important one. We need to show Canadians exactly where these units are landing and how people are being helped, and we'll commit to work to make sure he gets the information he needs. I would caution him, though, not to rely on some of the language coming out of newspaper articles. The investments in BC are 26.8% of the investments we've made. I've made several announcements of projects in BC, and that's a good news story for
the Honourable Member for Desnete, Missinippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the pandemic, I've heard many stories of how this government has left out or left behind Indigenous businesses. Seba and Seuss are just 2 examples. Last week, I attended a recovery forum hosted by the Canadian Council for Aboriginal Business. Many there expressed frustration resulting from the government's failure to meet a target of 5% procurement for Indigenous-owned businesses. When will this government allow Indigenous entrepreneurs to share in Canada's prosperity?
Honourable Minister.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I was having trouble unmuting my microphone. Mr. Speaker, we recognize Indigenous businesses and their communities face unique challenges and have been disproportionately impacted by the current situation. That's why we took action to support Indigenous business to respond to the hardships that have been amplified by COVID-19. This includes investing $423.8 million to support local businesses and ensure business owners have access to the support they need to get through this challenging time. With this support, Indigenous communities and businesses will have the flexibility they need to respond to their unique economic needs through this difficult time.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, the government's throne speech was short on details for the North. Many Canadians in my riding across the territories and in other parts of Northern Canada struggle with housing shortages, transportation difficulties, and higher costs of goods and services. The North needs serious upgrades to infrastructure and transportation routes to ensure food security and lower the cost of living. Will the government finally step up and commit to those critical investments, or will they continue to leave Northern Canada behind?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the support we've given Northern Canada during these difficult times. In April, we've invested $130 million for economic and health supports for all of Northern Canada. We've also invested significantly in aviation support. So through these difficult times, our government will be there for the entire, for all Canadians, including, of course, Canadians who live in the North.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The federal government has fallen asleep at the wheel. The enemy to beat right now isn't Quebec or the provinces or the opposition parties. It's COVID-19. That's the priority and the only priority. It's managing this public health crisis. By refusing to increase health transfers, they alone are creating a political crisis instead of remedying a health crisis. When are they going to wake up? Health transfers must increase now. The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much. Today, in Quebec, we have 637 new cases. There are 400,000 people looking for jobs in Quebec, Mr. Speaker. We're in the midst of a second wave. And the last thing that we would have wanted is a dispute at that level of government. That's the last thing we want. Why? Because we have to be united in the face of COVID-19. There's no enemy in Quebec. We have to work together. There's no dispute in spite of what the Bloc says. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the Premier of Quebec and the provincial premiers are asking for better health funding for this crisis. And if we hear the Liberals speak, asking for health transfers is a mere whim. We're not talking about unnecessary spending. Nothing could be more tangible than this. We're talking about money to hire medical personnel and to buy necessary equipment. We're talking about getting our money back to take care of our sick people. They've lost focus. We're fighting a virus. This is a health crisis, and nothing is more important than investing in our health. When will they increase health transfers? The Honourable Minister. I agree entirely that we're fighting against a virus, Mr. Speaker, and that is why we've reached our handout to work together. And by the very definition, the Bloc will never want to admit that what we're doing is good, because that goes against their main objective. So when will the Bloc say, yes, that was good, Ottawa's doing this well? They'll never say that. It goes against everything they believe in, Mr. Speaker. So what we want to do is work together, hand in hand with the Bloc, everyone together, to fight COVID-19.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker. Our Canadian farmers, ranchers, fishermen, and vegetable growers across this country are working hard every day to supply the food that we need and to supply the world. Their time is valuable. 3 months after CEBA was announced, they are finally being included. Yet in the midst of harvest, my farmers are waiting 3 to 6 hours on the phone, finally having to leave a message and hope and pray that they can get to the line when the call comes back. They cannot get through to a live person on the CEBA hotline. What is the minister doing right now to fix this problem?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for that really important question. And those farmers, entrepreneurs, and businesses are extremely important, and we are very committed to making sure that they get the support that they need. The call center has been changed to temporarily to respond to the many calls that have come in so that they can deal with the answers to get to the questions that those very businesses have asked those very farmers. And this is an effort to process those questions a lot quicker. And we are working very hard to make sure they get the answers that they need.
The honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's seniors have been hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic on all fronts, and the mental health impact of social isolation is immeasurable. We have all heard heartbreaking stories of seniors separated from their loved ones and their communities. For seniors struggling, the throne speech was a disappointment. With nothing more than vague or repeated ideas, it offered them no clear plan to help them through the pandemic and keep them safe. Mr. Speaker, why is the government allowing Canada to fall behind in its response to the pandemic at the expense of our seniors and their mental health?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague for her appointment as critic. I really appreciate the opportunity to be working with her as we move forward on this. We do understand the challenging times that seniors have had and their families, and that this situation has made it easier for vulnerable seniors to be isolated. To better address social isolation among seniors, we're investing, as you know, $20 million in the New Horizons for Seniors program that's providing over 1,000 new projects in communities directly supporting seniors at home. Providing flexibility in the New Horizons for Seniors funding that we provided in January. This has helped over 700 projects to be initiated in communities helping seniors. And that's also helping seniors with their mental health.
The Honourable Member for Cariboo Prince George.
Throughout the COVID pandemic, Canadians are experiencing increased anxiety and stress. COVID has had a disproportionate and devastating impact on the mental health and well-being of Canadian seniors. Left isolated and alone, lockdown restrictions have prevented seniors from seeing their friends and families or even hugging their grandchildren. Mental health is a cornerstone of public health and is critical to our nation's recovery of this pandemic. Yet despite this reality, the Liberal throne speech dedicated precisely 2 sentences to the issue of mental health. Why?
Well, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to continue to talk about what this government has done to support seniors and their mental health and well-being. The throne speech was an excellent throne speech for seniors, and I want to address what we are doing right now to support those seniors. We are doing it through the New Horizons for Seniors program, through the $350 million in community support that has been provided to help seniors get the services and supports, including the mental health supports that they need. We also launched a Wellness Together Canada website portal to help seniors access those essential services that they need to stay well and safe. Steps like these go a long way in helping seniors to know that they are not alone. The government's there with them and for them. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cariboo Prince George. The Honourable Member for Cariboo Prince George? Oh, sorry, he's already spoken? Oh, he didn't. Okay, I'm sorry. The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Our government understands and appreciates the importance of Canada's forest sector. Like many industries, fallout from COVID-19 has hit forestry and its workers hard. The sector is looking for collaborative strategies to ensure our forest sector is resilient and emerges stronger than ever. During this National Forest Week, could the Minister update this House how our government is supporting the women and men of our forestry sector?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much to the member from Surrey Newton. National Forest Week is an opportunity to highlight all of the incredible contributions the forest sector makes to our economy. Throughout this crisis, our government and the forest industry have stepped up to help fight COVID-19 on many fronts. Companies like West Fraser and Canfor have donated much-needed N95 masks. FP Innovations is developing biodegradable masks that are made of wood fiber. Additionally, in the midst of the global pandemic, our government provided $30 million to the forest sector so that businesses could safely continue operations during COVID-19. The challenges are immense, but so are the opportunities, and this industry is stepping up to the task.
For Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This government's throne speech rehashed old Liberal promises without even mentioning oil and gas workers or pipelines. The natural resource sector lost 43,000 jobs in the last quarter alone. Western Canadians have been hard hit by the economic calamity which began under this government long before the pandemic. Bill 69 and 48. The PM is divisive, just like his father. Why won't this government show it cares about national unity and a real economic recovery by supporting our oil and gas workers?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. At one point, almost 1 in 3 workers in mining, oil, and gas was able to stay in their job thanks to the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. And the speech from the throne announced this subsidy will continue, Madam Speaker, through until next summer. This represents hundreds of millions of dollars to support energy sector workers. It also represents, Madam Speaker, tens of thousands of workers who will stay in their jobs in Alberta, in Saskatchewan, and in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, thanks to this Liberal government. We're supporting workers, we're supporting families, and we're supporting their oil and gas sector. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Madam Speaker, Albertans are tired of being ignored by this government. Our energy sector supports 800,000 jobs and it produces 20% of Government of Canada's revenues. Alberta should be a part of this nation's economic recovery. But you can imagine the disappointment for the hundreds of thousands of oil and gas workers in Alberta when they were completely disregarded in the throne speech. When will this government work with Alberta's energy sector and get people back to work, instead of the litany of policies that fuels division and continues to punish Western Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will reiterate our support to workers in the oil and gas sector and say that hundreds of millions of dollars has been put in place to support them with the wage subsidy. I'll also reiterate to my honourable colleague the support that has been given over the last couple of months with over $1 billion to clean up abandoned oil wells, with the $750 million that we put in place to help the industry reduce its greenhouse gas emissions, Madam Speaker. We're there for all workers across the country, including those in the oil and gas sector. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We all know that the aviation industry has been hard hurt by the global pandemic. That we now heard that NAV Canada is cutting 14% of its workforce, losing another 720 jobs. They're being laid off and closing 2 flight information centres, including one in Halifax. The Minister of Transport promised months ago that the government would be supporting the aviation industry, but we're still waiting for their plan. Could the Minister of Transport tell me how many people will be losing their jobs in Halifax, and what is their plan and timeline for reopening?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We realize that the aviation sector has been hard hit, not only the airlines and the airports, but also NAVCAN, an organization responsible for air traffic control in our country. This is a complex situation which we're looking at very closely because we want to ensure that when we pull out of this pandemic, that the air sector is going to be able to resume its operations. And I can assure you that we are looking at, in detail at what measures can be put in place to make sure that this happens.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Today we celebrate Franco-Ontarian Day. More than 600,000 Francophones throughout Ontario celebrate this day. September 25th is a day when we can not only celebrate our wins, but also reflect on the future of our community. Can the Minister tell this House what measures our government has taken to support Francophones in minority settings? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You yourself are Franco-Ontarian, so happy Franco-Ontarian Day. The 600 Franco-Ontarios are always there to defend their rights and to work and live in French in Ontario. We've made historical investments with our official languages plan and in terms of the Canada Census and in terms of the first Franco-Ontario university run by and for Franco-Ontarians. We are there for Franco-Ontarians, and happy Franco-Ontarian Day.
For North Island, Powell River.
Madam Speaker, over 40,000 veterans in Canada are on a wait list for benefits that they are owed. Some have waited months, some have waited well over a year. How many times were they mentioned in the speech from the throne? 0. Now veterans are reaching out to my office because they have applied for CERB and they are hoping that they are eligible because they simply have nothing else. Can this government finally take some action quickly for these veterans? They stepped up for all of us as Canadians. When will this government step up for them?
Hear, hear. L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Of course, The parliamentary secretary is going to answer this question.
For the question, the throne speech laid out the plan, our government's plan to fight the pandemic and support Canadians. Of course, that means supporting veterans. We know that veterans experience homelessness, and investing in ending chronic homelessness for veterans is very important. We know that some veterans are unemployed. Investing in job creation and creating over 1 million jobs will help veterans. And let's not forget, just a few months ago, we invested over approximately $200 million.
Unfortunately, the time is up. The honourable member for Vancouver-Granville.
Thank you. We've heard the speech from the throne, a lot contained therein, a lot of repeated promises, short on details. With respect to the justice system, we all know that Black Canadians and Indigenous peoples are overrepresented. Evidence shows, including through this government's own reports, surveys, and extensive consultation, that reforms to mandatory minimum penalties will have a significant impact on these numbers. Specifically, what measures are being referred to in the speech when it says the government will introduce legislation and make investments that take action to address, quote, diversion and sentencing, and what is the timeline?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question as well as her dedication to the frankly, Madam Speaker, embarrassing issue of overrepresentation of both Black and Indigenous peoples in our criminal justice system. Madam Speaker, as we've said in the throne speech, we are looking at a variety of different measures, analyzing on best evidence how to move those files forward. It is shameful, Madam Speaker, that this overrepresentation exists in our criminal justice system, and we are going to, as a government, do our best to remedy it.
Unfortunately, that's it for question period. For another hour. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents, c'est ça? Introduction of government bills. Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Ying, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
This motion is deemed carried.
Quand ce projet de loi sera...
When will this bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt public émanant du Sénat. Motions. Motion? L'honorable leader de l'opposition officielle.
Oui, Madame la Présidente, je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. During question period, we discussed the option of working over the weekend, so the following motion, notwithstanding any standing order, that Bill C2 on the economic recovery in response to COVID-19 be deemed read a second time and referred to committee, that the House meet at noon on the 27th of September for a period of debate not exceeding 6 hours and 20 minutes, that this be subject to the provisions on virtual debate, that the Speaker may preside from the Speaker's throne, that the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Public Services, Procurement and Accessibility, the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, and the Minister of Labour be invited to appear, that each of these ministers be questioned for 75 minutes, 95 minutes rather, that each member of that a member of each recognized party be recognized during this period of questions, that no member may speak for more than 5 minutes at a time, that members be allowed to share their time with another member after indicating such to the speakership, that the rotation in these questions be the rotation used by the former special committee on the COVID-19 pandemic, that the ministers answered the questions, that at the end of the period for the committee of the whole, that the House rise, that this may be deemed having reported to the House without amendment, and that the House adjourn until the next sitting day. That the report stage for this bill begin on the 20th of September under the condition that the period for the end of the motions in the report be at the end of the period, and that the notice paper be published for the 20th of September. That this bill be debated at third reading at the same sitting. That not more than 1 day of sitting be given to consideration at the report stage and third reading of the bill, and at the expiry of the period for government orders, or when no member rises to speak, according to whichever happens earlier, that the speaker interrupt the business and put the question without further debate or amendment in order to dispose of the stages of the bill, unless if a voice vote is required or recorded division is required, it will not be deferred.
The honourable member for New West going to be standing. Is it on a point of order? Or?
He's not at it yet.
No?
No.
Pas debout?
No.
OK. Oui, il est debout. Excuse. Demande de consentement unanime. La présidence.
For unanimous consent, the speaker would ask if the members agree, because this is a hybrid sitting of the House. If the speaker proceeds in this way, if there are any dissenting voices, specifically among members participating by video conference, this dissenting vote may not be heard. So, for clarity, I would ask that only those who are in disagreement with this to speak up. So once again, I would ask only those who are against the motion to speak up. That way, the speaker will clearly hear dissenting votes and will be able to state whether or not there is unanimous consent to continue.
Opposed to the honourable ministers, to the honourable parliamentary, the parliamentary leaders of the official opposition moving the motion will please say nay. There being no dissenting voice, I declared the... no, sorry. La Chambre... Est-ce que c'est ça, la Chambre a entendu l'énoncé? Oh, there is no consensus. Sorry, I'm a little bit rusty. It's been a little while. There is no consensus, therefore the motion is not passing. Point d'ordre.
Madame la Présidente,
Point of order. Madam Speaker, the government had to say no to this motion because I was here with my colleagues, so I never had a chance to read it. This is the first time that I'm hearing about this motion on the floor of the House. We will read the motion, and we will get back to my colleague subsequently. But I hope that this kind of thing won't happen again and that we can simply discuss these kinds of things between leaders in private.
L'honorable député de La Prairie voudrait
The honourable member for La Prairie wishes to weigh in. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, we are against the motion. So I don't know if further discussions with the government will change something, but our perspective is that we're against the motion. Thank you. I already had advised that the motion had not been carried. We appreciate your participation, and we will now continue. We will continue with the daily routine of business.
Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres motions? No. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a petition signed by a number of Canadians of Oromo descent who would ask draw the attention of the House of Commons to current political violence targeting Oromo in Ethiopia. They're asking the government, among other things, to stand up for human rights in Ethiopia, to examine Canada's foreign aid to Ethiopia, and to press Ethiopia to stop torture, free political prisoners, and bring perpetrators to justice. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour and privilege to present this petition that was started by members of my constituency, Nanaimo Ladysmith. They're asking for the government to implement a guaranteed livable income for all Canadians. This would establish an income floor below which no Canadian could fall and reflect regional differences in the cost of living. It would replace the current patchwork of federal provincial income assistance programs with a single universal cash payment. It would be progressively taxed back based on income level. It would be administered through the existing tax system and require no means testing, thereby dramatically reducing federal and provincial administration costs. It would reduce poverty, thereby reducing demand on social services, law enforcement, and health care, resulting in additional cost savings for government and taxpayers, and would provide a financial safety net for all Canadians, especially through major economic shifts, pandemics, natural disasters, or industrial automation. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising today to present petition E2626 that I authorize not for one of my own constituents, but for a constituent of the riding of Ottawa Centre, as unfortunately the MP for Ottawa Centre chose not to authorize it. The petitioners simply request that the House of Commons hold a debate around the idea that any MPs involved with the passing of firearms legislation be informed, trained, and have completed the Canadian firearms safety courses, including obtaining a restricted possession and acquisition license prior to passing any firearms-related legislation or measures. Thank you.
The presenting petitions, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm presenting this petition today on behalf of Canadians who signed because they indicate that sex-selected abortion is legal, as Canada has no legal restrictions on abortion. Sex-selective abortion is antithetical to our commitment to equality between men and women. A 2019 Dart and Maru Blue poll conducted for the National Post showed that 84% of Canadians believe it should be illegal to have an abortion if the family does not want the child to be a certain sex. International organizations, including the World Health Organization, United Nations Women and United Nations Children Fund, have identified unequal sex ratios at birth as a growing problem internationally, and Canada's healthcare professionals recognize sex selection as a problem. Therefore, we, the undersigned citizens of Canada, call upon the House of Commons to pass a criminal code prohibition of sex selection abortion.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member Courtney Alberni.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour and privilege to table this petition on behalf of residents from Denman and Hornby Island, Qualicum and Parksville that live on the Salish Sea, and they're concerned, Madam Speaker, about the unexpected drop in the herring population that's led to overfishing. And Madam Speaker, they cite that herring is the basis of the food web that supports wild Pacific salmon, killer and humpback whales, cod and halibut, seabirds, and other interdependent species on the Pacific coast, and that First Nations have constitutionally protected rights to the herring, which are an important food source and integral part of their culture. They call on the government to either suspend the herring fishery in the Salish Sea until a whole of ecosystem-based plan is developed, and to fairly compensate local fishers for any of their economic losses, and to ensure that all decisions are made with full participation of First Nations and local communities.
Petitions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour, adresse. Orders of the day, address in response to the speech from the throne, resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Terrien.
Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs still had 3 minutes for his speech.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's a great privilege again to continue in this debate, and just a little bit like Netflix, recapping on where I was. We were signaling that the first foundation of the throne speech is to preserve and protect the health of Canadians. The second foundation is to support them while the pandemic continues and recognize the economic crisis we're in. And our third foundation is to ensure that we seize this opportunity to build back better. Canada, COVID-19 has revealed cracks in the social safety net, in government programs, particularly for businesses and areas of our country hit unusually hard. The third foundation, then, is indeed to build back better. And we'll seize this opportunity to create more jobs and build better communities. We'll do this through investments in infrastructure projects like transit and housing that create jobs and better communities, through investments in cleaner and greener society that will create jobs and build better communities, through investments in a stronger, better trained workforce who will create jobs and better communities, through investments in pharmacare and childcare, which will create better communities. And we'll be doing all of this while holding on to the values that Canadians want upheld.
I'm just going to stop the time for a second so that I know that sometimes we do forget to shut our phones off, so I would just ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to... I'm sure the Prime Minister was trying to get a hold of you.
I recognize the number. It's actually the CRA calling me to tell me that I have a difficult problem that I need to take immediate attention to. I've been trying.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that the honourable member has put that on silence, and he can continue his speech, and we'll afford you a few more seconds to complete.
Thank you. We're going to be doing all of this, including investing in pharmacare and childcare, which will create jobs and better communities while holding on to the values that Canadians want upheld here and abroad. While the health and economic crisis and challenges we face are daunting, this is no time to let up on what makes Canada, Canada. So Canadians want us to further reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, living out our commitment to their better health, better mental health, care with investments in infrastructure and clean water, and by implementing the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Canadians want us to persevere on dismantling the structures of systemic racism, including better civilian oversight of law enforcement and a shift toward community-led policing. Canadians want us to reach out and meet Canada's goal of net zero emissions by 2050, and to do that by drawing on the know-how of the energy sectors in Alberta, British Columbia, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland and Labrador. Canadians want us to ensure women's safety and to stem the tide of gun violence in our cities by implementing our firearms policy commitments, giving municipalities the ability to further restrict handguns and control the flow of illegal arms into Canada. Canadians want us to protect the multicultural and bilingual society and to continue to welcome newcomers and to thank them for joining our country and building it better. So, Madam Speaker, in case it's not obvious to you, I am pleased to be standing in support of the throne speech and making sure that we're able to build a better Canada and a more resilient Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have great respect for the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I want to give him an opportunity to address a major concern for Canada and the world. Presently, the Chinese Communist Party, not only their behavior around COVID-19 and their lack of transparency and accountability, their genocide against the Uyghurs, crimes against humanity, Tibetans, the fact that they exercise in weak nations, debt hostage-taking, the fact that on page 30, Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig are mentioned. Hussein Salil is not. Who's another Canadian citizen who's been incarcerated unjustly by the Chinese Communist Party. If we're going to build back better, why was there nothing in the throne speech in regards to taking our place in foreign affairs policy and making sure we defend Canadians against the Chinese Communist Party?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and the respect is mutual for the member. And raising the issues of human rights, of the very difficult relationship that we're having diplomatically and multilaterally with China is actually very important to me, and it is something I am working on every day. He does mention consular cases, and of course we did mention the cases of Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig in the throne speech. That does not mean that we are not seized every day with issues like Mr. Chalil, Mr. Schellenberg, and other Canadians who are facing inappropriate detentions and inappropriate sentences and inappropriate lack of consular affairs. It is something we're doing every day, and we'll continue to do that to the best of our ability, and we'll want to engage all Parliament. I'm very pleased that we will be bringing back the Canada-China Committee, and we'll make sure that we have a robust discussion on how best to ensure that Canadians' interests are upheld as we deal with China.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and government MPs are trying to convince us that everything they're doing to support Quebec's healthcare sector is perfect. However, before the crisis in December 2019 at the Council of the Federation, premiers were already asking for help and were unanimously asking for an unconditional health transfers. So what happened in the spring was predictable. For the last 25 years, the federal government took measures which got us to where we are today. Can the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs admit that the federal government has done well after all? The parliamentary secretary.
In this government and during the COVID pandemic, then the fact that we have worked very closely with provinces and territories, I want to commend the Deputy Prime Minister particularly for reaching out daily and times hourly to all the provincial leaders and territorial leaders to ensure that we had a robust plan that met their needs. That included, most recently, a $19 billion transfer for a safe restart. That was negotiated with provincial and territorial premiers, and an additional $2 billion to ensure that young people could return to school safely. This is unprecedented. Our encouragement, our ability to work with the provinces and territories, and we'll continue to do that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre, a brief question, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This government talks about building back better, but they forgot a lot of people, students, veterans, and let's not forget the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal ruling to immediately stop racially discriminating against First Nations kids. Cindy Blackstock said there was an opportunity for Canada to acknowledge its own systemic discriminations towards First Nations kids and fix it. They didn't. Spending over 13 years fighting human rights decisions shows racism is in Canada's DNA. My question is, when will this government start upholding their domestic and international legal obligations and make sure all people on Turtle Island can live with human rights and dignity?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. And I think the member has raised a very important issue, and I was very pleased to see in the speech from the throne that we will be introducing legislation before the end of the year to implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. We'll also, nothing has stopped. This is a speech from the throne that is visionary and is lofty and ambitious. We will continue all the programs we've been doing around First Nations, Inuit, and Métis health, and we'll continue to do those on justice issues, clean water issues, health issues, and mental health issues. And we will be doing it, and we expect and hope that every parliamentarian will share that project with us.
I do want to remind the member for Winnipeg Centre that there will be other opportunities for questions and comments. So when that happens, then I would ask her to attempt to be recognized. You know, when someone else has the floor, it's not proper protocol within the House to be shouting to the other member. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for, and that applies to all MPs, by the way. So I just believe that we need to keep the decorum in the House. The resuming debate, the honourable member for Lakeland.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I will split my time with a strong new member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
In their first call, our Conservative leader urged the Prime Minister to address Western alienation and national unity. By failing to even mention it in the throne speech, he completely ignored the people I represent. And yesterday, he called them crazy, so it's impossible for me to support it. Canada is in fiscal peril. The throne speech shows the Liberals will keep risking Canada's finances, so kids the same age as my nieces and nephews and younger generations will struggle with affordability, starting a business, buying a home, and planning for retirement, and may never experience the same health care, pensions, or services their grandparents did. In 2014, the Prime Minister said, quote, "The budget will balance itself." But his first one was twice the deficit he promised. In 4 years, he put Canada $87 billion in debt, and now, when Canadians need support most, the Liberals are running a massive $343 billion deficit. The PBO warns that, quote, "We cannot afford deficits of over $300 billion for more than just a few years. It would be unsustainable." Conservatives don't advocate for fiscal responsibility as an end in itself. Instead, our caution is precisely to prepare for days like today. So there is fiscal firepower to support Canadians in crisis. But Canada is doing worse than our European allies under the Liberals. In March and April, 3 million Canadians lost their jobs, and more than 1 million Canadians are still out of work. Canada has the highest unemployment rate in the G7, and the largest industries are sustaining major prolonged damage, costing real people real jobs and hope for a better tomorrow. This month, 70% of Canadian small businesses report lower sales, 60% aren't fully staffed, and 1 in 3 are still fully closed. But after 6 months of the Liberals turning Parliament into a special committee, stripping powers from MPs and opposition parties, spending hundreds of billions of dollars with limited scrutiny while attacking as heartless anyone who would dare to ask questions or ask for oversight and accountability, after 6 weeks of shutting down everything to avoid his own scandals, what's missing from the throne speech is a clear post-pandemic roadmap and a real plan for the private sector to lead Canada's economic recovery. It's fair to say Canadians want elected representatives to work together. Conservatives have done so, but it's also our job to speak truth to power. So let's be real about the Liberals' failure to close the borders early, risking health and lives in response to COVID-19, and now to support Canada's frontline medical workers and first responders. They make up 20% of Canada's COVID cases, twice the global average. The National Nurses Union links that reality to a lack of protective equipment. Last week, I heard from firefighters who can't source N95 masks in rural or smaller population centres. So many of those first responders across Canada are volunteers. That's inexcusable, given all the early warnings. On January 17th, Canadian military intelligence warned the Defence Minister about COVID-19. On February 7th, the World Health Agency warned about global PPE shortages. On February 13th, the Public Health Agency warned Canada's stockpile was inadequate. But the Liberals didn't even try to buy PPE from international suppliers until late March, and they had already sent plane loads of Canadian PPE to China without any plans to replace it. To protect public health, obviously, decisions must be based on science, evidence, and practices in best-performing countries. Announcements must be clear and accurate, but the Liberals have confused Canadians who are worried about making ends meet, worried about their kids going back to school, whether they'll be able to go back to work, and people just can't keep waiting for test results. On August 26, infectious disease specialist Dr. Andrew Moores called Health Canada's rejection of home testing, quote, absurd, and said rapid testing is the backbone of infectious disease management. But the throne speech had precious little to fix Canada's failure to adopt the most effective models. The UK, Japan, Germany, even the US in April approved instant and rapid home testing, but not Canada. And one single approval trickled in just today from Health Canada. Some urgency. On a personal note, I'm grateful to our new Conservative leader to be the Public Safety Shadow Minister. It's not just a title or a huge responsibility for me. It's personal. I live in a farm in a rural riding in an escalating crime epidemic. My constituents fear for their families, homes, and businesses vulnerable to increasingly brazen criminals in a slap-on-the-wrist revolving door system. It's costing them enormously, financially, and their peace of mind. That's why in 2018 I pushed Motion 167 to combat rural crime as an anxious rural resident and MP myself, and as the daughter-in-law of a proud RCMP detachment assistant for more than 40 years. I know so many under-resourced officers, administrators, and victim services advocates who are at their wits' ends, just like rural residents who feel like sitting ducks. And in Lakeland, there are 10 First Nations and Métis communities. As a person who happens to be part Ojibwe myself, my heart aches when they share their worries about pervasive crime, recidivism, safety, and their youth. Multiple Indigenous communities in Lakeland declared local states of emergency because of out-of-control gang activity and crime since 2015. They worry about the exact same shortages of frontline mental health, addictions, and police support and services like everyone else in Lakeland and in Alberta. What a shame the Liberals didn't actually act on my Motion 167, but Conservatives won't give up. And the Liberal approach to firearms is a complete failure. In Toronto, shootings are up 83% under these Liberals, with 2020 the worst year on record. In the throne speech, a single sentence promised to control the flow of illegal guns into Canada, as if the Liberals haven't been government for the past 5 years. What's worse is the public safety minister knows mass confiscation of legal firearms will not reduce crime. Last year about handguns, he said, quote, "It would be potentially a very expensive proposition. It would not, in my opinion, be perhaps the most effective measure in restricting the access that criminals would have to such weapons, because we'd still have a problem with them coming in at the border." Well, he's right. So where are the real resources and political will for frontline law enforcement and CBSA to tackle guns, organized crime, and border smugglers, who are the main source of firearms violence in Canada? Every dollar and every minute spent on this pointless and ineffective firearms ban could instead go after criminals who aren't worried about filing paperwork and don't follow firearms laws already. Now, those have been crime victims. I've walked your path. My lifelong and childhood best friend, the kind whose family, Dana Turner, was murdered in 2011 by a guy who also attacked an undercover cop and a prison cellmate. It's still seared in my mind. The desperation looking for her, the hope that we would be wrong, or that it wasn't what it seemed. I struggled through Dana's sister's Paula's victim impact statement in Parliament to support Life Means Life legislation, a Conservative bill the Liberals defeated in 2016. Later that same year, Dana's murderer was sentenced to prison for 16 years with no chance of parole. 2 years ago, thank God, the appeal court upheld the judge's sentence. Dana was the victim of Mark Lindsay, but so are her parents, her sons, her siblings, every relative, her friends, and as Paula generously says, so even are his parents. Because crime ricochets through so many lives and impacts so many people forever. Canadians shouldn't have to hold their breath and cross their fingers, hoping upon hope for exceptional lawyers, or that they can afford them in the grace of individual judges for justice to always be served. That's also why I'm proud. Our new Conservative leader is committed to ensuring that even if someone is not criminally responsible, they won't be a threat to the broader public. It's why we'll keep calling on the Liberals to reverse the reduction of sentences for major offences, and I will ask for more action on dangerous offenders. But it's not just Canada's domestic security that is vulnerable on the Liberals' watch. The Prime Minister's naive admiration of the, quote, basic dictatorship of China is also a threat. Canadians are still unjustly imprisoned in China, and whether it was the Nortel hack in the 90s, the Equifax hack in 2017, or the BlackBerry hack discovered in 2020, they all trace back to one place, China's Freudian slip, Communist Party. China's state agencies are stealing Canada's cutting-edge research and innovation and interfering with critical infrastructure like telecoms. The Five Eyes Partnership is Canada's most important international security and intelligence sharing agreement, but Canada is the only member to not ban Huawei. While the Liberals are dithering, our new Conservative leader is clear. He will, quote, not allow the Communist Party of China to spy on Canadians through Huawei. And China's state-influenced companies are setting up massive databases to compromise influencers and decision makers, including 16,000 Canadians, while it's using its financial power to expand and control crucial and physical infrastructure in other countries. And of course, China's state-owned and affiliated enterprises are consolidating control of resources and resource producers, including Canada, which are all the more vulnerable because of Liberal policies and the severe economic consequences of the pandemic. In closing, the Prime Minister could have outlined a concrete plan to keep Canadians safe, to create jobs, and to restart the economy. He did it. So I will vote no confidence in this government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I must say right from the onset that I disagree with what the member is trying to convey through her messaging this afternoon. If the member would take the time to read through the throne speech, I suspect that she will find that there are many different initiatives that are there, that are very tangible, that are going to be able to continue to assist Canadians through a very difficult time in terms of dealing with the coronavirus and the issue of getting the economy going to its maximum force. And I don't think you have to look that far into the throne speech where you will find that. And I do plan on speaking, Madam Speaker, a little bit later, and I plan to expand upon that. But would she not at the very least acknowledge within the throne speech there are numerous measures that deal with what the Government of Canada is proposing to do?
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Well, I just think that's patently false. I mean, today, members of all parties are replying to the speech from the throne. We're debating it. Members of every single opposition party here at Independence have been asking precisely for concrete details on whatever issues they might be advocating for on behalf of their constituents. And over, these Liberals stand up and they talk about ambitions and desires and intent and strategies and themes and foundations. And they're, by their own answers, all day today, and I'm sure for days to come, no details or concrete plan whatsoever.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Pointe-à-l'Île, rather. Madam Speaker, by refusing to discuss health transfers, rather to bring them back to 35%, the government is giving us a good example of what predatorial federalism is. When we established healthcare, the federal government was covering 50% of healthcare costs. Now we're at 22%. And as they cut this, the Quebec government and other provincial governments weren't able to cut in healthcare services. And now we've seen aberrations like we saw in long-term care homes. And this is an issue because the Quebec government and other provincial governments don't have the means, the financial means, to pay to increase the number of employees and to have enough orderlies, etc. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of this. Liberals say we're just looking for disputes, but it's not just Quebec, it's all provinces that are asking the government to reestablish health transfers at 35%. With a 6% increase per year. I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks about that. Thank you.
I thank the member for his comments and his questions. Obviously, we have vigorous disagreements on some issues, certainly on oil and gas, certainly on pipelines, but one area where we agree is that the federal government should be respecting provincial jurisdiction and should actually be listening to premiers and should be trusting provincial governments to meet the needs of their own provinces. I would note that the premiers have unanimously come out and said the top two priorities that they wanted from this throne speech were not addressed. That's jobs and health care. And to the member's point, I am mindful that, of course, in the previous Conservative government, while that the government stewarded through the global recession to put Canada in the strongest financial position of any developed country in the world, while they reduced taxes to the lowest level in 50 years, while they lifted more Canadians out of poverty than any other time since it was recorded, they also, year after year after year, increased healthcare transfers to the provinces and left $1 billion surplus. But Liberals always do what Liberals always do, and they always cut to provinces and transfers. So thanks to the member for his questions.
We have time for a quick question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. Of course, one of the major concerns that I have is the lack of mention of veterans in this country in the throne speech. This is very concerning. And I think it's also very concerning because the Royal Canadian Legion has come forward and talked about many legions across Canada that are struggling to make ends meet during this time. So I think of my riding, where I have 11 legions that perform a very fundamental service to the veterans in our region, and I just want to hear from the member if she shares that concern with me.
A brief answer from the member for Lakeland.
Well, then briefly, and since of course probably people who know me well know I could have 3 hours of things to say, directly to her question, then absolutely I share her concerns, and Conservatives will always stand in solidarity with all members who will fight for support for veterans, because they fought for us and gave us our way of life, and it's a sacred duty that we owe to the people who have put their lives on the line for our country to preserve our way of life, and to all their family members and friends who sacrificed with them.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to be the voice for my constituents of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, and now as the new Shadow Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food, on behalf of farmers and agri-producers, it's a tremendous honour and responsibility that I don't take lightly. Over the past several months, we have seen our country go through a lockdown where Canadians were asked to stay at home and keep safe, except for those who worked on the front lines. I'd like to take a moment to thank all of the frontline workers and the farmers for helping us through this pandemic. Farmers stepped up to make sure that Canadians were fed, regardless of the obstacles that they faced, and the minimal help that they've received through the emergency response programs. And how were they repaid? The word agriculture does not even appear in the speech from the throne. I had hoped that the Liberal government would have used this opportunity to recognize the importance of agriculture, not only to feed Canadians, but as a critical pillar of our economy. I'm disappointed to see that once again, the agriculture sector is not a priority for this government. Agriculture should be included as a key component of Canada's economic recovery plan coming out of COVID. To be honest, I wasn't expecting much, but at the very least, it would have been nice to hear that it's understood that our agriculture sector has been through a lot, and that the unique challenges that threaten various farmers' livelihoods must be addressed. This would have gone a long way to tell my constituents and Canada's farmers that their voices have been heard. Admittedly, an ambitious plan that's responsive to the on-the-ground concerns before they metastasize into a food security crisis would have even been better. Contrary to Liberal beliefs, food does not just magically appear on the stores of our on the shelves of our grocery stores. Yeah. Farmers, ranchers, and producers work tirelessly to ensure that Canadians have delicious, grown and raised in Canada food available to them on their grocery store shelves. When the pandemic initially hit, Canadians were caught by surprise, and the instinct to stock up kicked in. But for some reason, toilet paper was the first product on everyone's list. But the reassurance that farmers and food producers were up to the task of feeding Canadians and that we were not in danger of running out of food was not front of mind. It didn't take long, however, for most to recognize how fragile our way of life is. I'm grateful that Canadians don't have to worry about food availability on top of everything else. But it is this government's responsibility to be aware and to act proactively to ensure that Canada's food security remains unthreatened in the years to come. Madam Speaker, when it comes to actions, the Liberal government's track record of responding to the on-the-ground realities have a lot to be desired. There is anxiety from across the agricultural community about competitiveness, market access, reduced production, processing capacity, just to name a few. I sincerely hope that the government's actions will finally address their accumulating concerns, because if they don't, we may no longer be able to take for granted our current level of food security. Madam Speaker, we must ensure that our local food production remains stable in the face of uncertainty. Our domestic demand must also be able to be sustained by local production. Anything short of that would be negligent. 2020 has made it abundantly clear that when times are tough, we can only truly rely on our own very made-in-Canada safety net. So why is it, Madam Speaker, that the concerns and calls for action from those who feed us so often fall on the deaf ears of this government? If this government truly recognized the fragility of our food security and was serious about protecting it, we'd have seen it demonstrated with actions, or at the very least, with a promising throne speech. Sad to say, the throne speech did not provide much evidence that there was an epiphany on their part. Still, I'm going to remain hopeful that Canada's food security won't stay in this government's blind spot for much longer, and that we will soon witness a determination to do better. I truly hope that's the case, Madam Speaker, and I welcome every opportunity to work collaboratively with the Minister and with members across party lines to create the conditions where farmers can earn a living, knowing that their government will have their back if external factors outside of their control threaten their livelihood. The first step, and I'm hopeful that it's a common ground issue that we can get the ball rolling on right away, is modernizing the business risk management programs. The diversity of agriculture sector requires a more flexible solution than we currently have. The obstacles are different for different producers. The Agriculture Committee completed a study on business risk management and was ready to review the report right before Parliament prorogued. The FPT Ministers' meeting that was scheduled for October has now been moved to November, leaving time for the Agriculture Committee to resume its work on this report and get it to the Minister ahead of these meetings. It's important that industry can work collaboratively with all levels of government so that we can soon find long-term solutions to better manage risks and provide real stability to a sector that contributes so much to our rural communities and our economy. Likewise, I'm hopeful the government will recognize the urgent need to sit down with beef and pork producers and processors and find an...
Point of order. Who has a point of order? Rivière des Mille-Îles. Sorry, I just realized that there's been no French translation for 25 minutes. There's no French translation? There is a problem. No, I haven't heard the French for at least 5 minutes. Is it working now?
So I just want to check, is it working now? Are we getting translation? Est-ce qu'on a de la traduction maintenant?
Are you hearing the translation now?
Vous avez dit que vous avez la traduction en ce moment?
You said that you can hear the translation now? Inaudible for the interpreter.
I'm speaking in English, or can you hear me in French? Okay. C'est rétabli. On attend.
It has been restored? Okay. Please don't wait 5 minutes. You can make a point of order at any time if ever you do not hear the translation. We don't want you to miss any speeches.
The honourable member for Lambton Kent Middlesex has about 4 minutes left.
Likewise, Madam Speaker, I'm hopeful that the government will recognize the urgent need to sit down with beef and pork producers and processors to find actionable solution to solve the processing capacity bottleneck, especially in Ontario. Madam Speaker, aside from the immediate reduction in food output, many farmers are worried that they'll be pushed out of business if obstacles are not immediately removed. And yet, the message that was sent to farmers with the pennies on the dollar COVID relief package not only did not convey a sense of urgency, but proved yet again that farmers are not valued by this government. Canada's farmers are some of the hardest working people I've ever met. They're proud people, and they would never ask for a handout. But during this pandemic, they needed a hand up. Existing programs are not enough. Neither was the so-called relief package that was a drop in the bucket of what was required. Besides, a big chunk of that was not new money. It had already been budgeted for under the existing agro-recovery envelope prior to the pandemic. Family farms without a business account were not even able to take advantage of the Canada Emergency Business Account loans when they needed it the most. The bottom line is, this government was not there for our farmers, while they were doing the incredible work of overcoming challenges to feed Canadians. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, this government's relationship with farmers doesn't stop with inaction. It's one thing to not help our farmers amidst external forces of instability, but it's a whole nother thing to have your government choose to inflict direct harm with destabilizing policies.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, it's troubling that this government continues to add rather than remove obstacles with punitive schemes such as the carbon tax.
Bingo.
The carbon tax is already a major cost for grain farmers. It is estimated that it will reduce their income by about 12% by 2022. There are only 2 options for drying grains: natural gas or propane. There are no alternatives. So whether it's to dry grain or to heat barns, these costs are significantly adding up, and they will continue costing more and more as the tax is scheduled to continue going up. But the ultimate impact of trying to phase out oil through these schemes, whether it punishes consumers or producers, is the inevitable rising costs of Canadian goods, which will make it impossible for our farmers to compete against foreign producers not subjected to these costs. How many farmers will have to go out of business if they're stifled from being able to compete? Madam Speaker, the availability of food on our shelves today is not an accurate picture of tomorrow's food security. It is paramount that this government recognizes the consequences of the policies that push farmers out of business. Because if the can is kicked down the road, this government will only have themselves to blame for failure to act proactively to secure our food supply. Rural Canadians do not feel represented by this government. That's because they're not. It is, however, Madam Speaker, the responsibility of this government to at least make an effort to govern on behalf of all Canadians. If they did, they would not only talk about connecting rural Canadians to high-speed broadband like they have for the last months and years, they'd actually do it. They'd recognize the amount of vetting that law-abiding firearms owners go through to get their licenses, and what hunting and sport shooting represents to our heritage, traditions, and communities. Likewise, they'd understand just how many hoops farmers have to jump through, and what it feels like to have a government this far removed from the issues that impact their livelihoods. Madam Speaker, I urge this government to self-reflect and consider the long-term ramifications of pushing farmers away from doing what they love to do. I sincerely hope that upon reflection, we can all come to the common understanding that the neglect of our agriculture sector and of rural Canadians...
I've allowed for quite a bit of time, and I've been trying to advise the member that the time was running out. I'm sure she'll be able to add to the questions and comments and finish anything of her speech that she wasn't able to. I'm sorry to interrupt. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member King's Hands.
My honourable colleague for her speech. I'd like to also recognize her new parliamentary role as the critic to the Minister of Agriculture and congratulate her on this as well. I listened very intently to her speech because, of course, agriculture is extremely important in my riding, and we do sit on the Agriculture Committee together. For people that might have been watching, Madam Speaker, they might have just thought, my God, this government has not mentioned agriculture at all. But when I look through the speech from the throne, and I want to correct the record, a lot of conversation around food insecurity, about local food infrastructure, supporting farmers with the transition to a low-carbon economy, a commitment to maintaining our supply management compensation and the mitigation efforts for those sectors. And as it relates to COVID, Madam Speaker, over nearly $500 million of support to the agriculture sector on top of the existing BRM supports. I agree with her. We need to do more on being able to move forward on the implementation and restoring what the Harper government had cut back in 2013. But will the member at least recognize that there was a considerable amount of language for farmers and the support for local food security?
The honourable member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments and his questions, but I'd like to point out that of the new money that was put out by this government, most of it was reallocated from other programs that are already budgeted for under every year's budget. And the carbon tax. I've had opportunities to meet with farmers already from across this country, and I will continue meeting with farmers. I talked with farmers from Simcoe County last week, a couple weeks ago, and he was kind enough to supply me with a copy of his natural gas bill. So farmers' expenses keep going up, and for the period from July 15th to the 18th, his carbon charge was almost $1,300. So tax, and then you pay a tax on a tax. So if you claim to be listening to farmers, you're missing the point. There's no alternative energy source for grain farmers. They have to use the propane or natural gas, and it just keeps costing more, and it's going to cost Canadians more when they put their food on their tables.
That's right. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières.
Est-ce que vous vouliez...
Did you wish to speak? Thank you very much. I would like to join with other members before making my observations. I'd just like to underscore all the work of the PSWs and volunteers and other healthcare workers who worked on the front lines during the pandemic and will be working very hard during the second wave. With regard to the agricultural sector, the position of the Bloc Québécois is that we ask that the supply management system be respected, and I'd like to ask my colleagues' opinion on the matter of compensation for producers under the supply management system. We hope that this compensation will be fair and equitable.
Our member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Well, this is just another example of how this government keeps telling farmers they're going to do something and we haven't seen any actions. Dairy farmers have been promised compensation under some of the trade agreements that we've gone, the TPP and CETA, and they still have yet to see any action. So, I agree with the member. This government needs to continue to live up to their words and not just keep giving us platitudes. We want to see concrete actions and help for our farmers because we need them to help our economy and recover from COVID, and without farmers, we have no food on our tables.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat Langford, a brief question, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also want to congratulate my colleague on her appointment to her new critic role. And I agree very much with her that us stopping work of the committee through prorogation, that was very unfortunate. I also just wanted to ask about her thoughts on compensation, just maybe have her add to her previous answer, just how important, how long we've had to wait for this. It's really time for our supply managed sectors to see this concrete action. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Answer from the member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you to my colleague. I look forward to working with you and continuing to work with you on Agriculture Committee, and hopefully we'll be able to have those meetings like you mentioned. We also had some emergency meetings planned prior to prorogation where we would be able to hear from our friends in the supply managed sector with the chicken and turkey and eggs, and hopefully we'll be able to continue to have those meetings where we can ask the government why they haven't paid them what they promised them as compensation from the previous trade agreements. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. And I do want to remind the member to address all questions and comments to the chair. Resuming debate, reprise au débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government.
Wow. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to be able to address the House, and today is no exception. You know, it's been very much an interesting time for all of us, no matter where we live in Canada. And I thought maybe what I'd do is share some thoughts in terms of contrast. And it's not meant to scare people in terms of what would have happened if the Conservatives were in government, but rather just to put things into a different type of perspective, if I may, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, what we have witnessed, I believe, in the last 6 months is a great deal of cooperation and people coming together to work. We often use the word of a Team Canada approach. We have seen, I believe, led by the national government here in Ottawa, a great sense of need to respond to the pandemic. And through that need, we have seen provincial governments, municipal governments, nonprofit agencies, essential workers. It's a wide spectrum of people and organizations and governments, nonprofits, and so on, Madam Speaker, that has in essence recognized that we needed to work together. The only exception I would give to that would probably be the Conservatives here in Ottawa. Right. But, Madam Speaker, what we have seen is a great deal has actually been accomplished as a direct result. Millions of jobs have been saved. Millions of people have actually been assisted directly. And I thought it might be somewhat advantageous for us to be able to spend some time talking about what it is and why it was so important that the government needed to get engaged so heavily on this file. If we go back to the end of 2019, very beginning of 2020, you will see that the economy was actually doing quite well. There were a lot of things that Canada was quite very successful and excelling in. The job numbers were fantastic. You'll recall, in 4.5 years, under our first 4.5 years, we created over 1 million jobs. We had the lowest unemployment. We were doing exceptionally well. And it wasn't just because of the things that we were doing here in Ottawa. There was others in all regions of the country. Some regions were finding it more difficult than others, such that the impact of the world price on oil did have an impact. Some things that we did not necessarily have as much control over. But generally speaking, the economy and our communities were doing, generally speaking, quite well. The pandemic comes in, and it gets to a point where we had to make the decision to shut things down, if I can put it that way, Madam Speaker. And I believe it was a wise decision to have made. We listened to what the healthcare experts were saying. Science matters with this government. Listening matters with this government. And when the decision was made, we also understood that the government needed to step up and provide the supports that Canadians were going to need in the coming days, weeks, and months, and even beyond, Madam Speaker. As the Prime Minister has been very clear, we will be there as a government for Canadians throughout this process. And from day one, we have been. Remember, there was no such thing as a CERB program back in January, Madam Speaker. We created a program with the support of civil servants and having an understanding from what we are hearing from virtually nothing into a program that was so effective that well over 8 million Canadians benefited by it, Madam Speaker. Over 8 million Canadians. Canada has less than 37 million people. You do the math. It's interesting, when I hear some of the criticisms that come over from the Conservative Party, and they're critical that we're not doing enough. There's no doubt we can always do better. And we look for ways in which we can do better, Madam Speaker. But when I listen to Conservative speakers, depending on which Conservative MP you're listening to, it's like the government is spending far, far too much money, and we shouldn't be doing the things that we are doing. And then others tend to say, well, no, maybe we should be doing some of the things that we're doing. The only consistency that comes from the Conservative Party is the fact that we, as a government, are spending too much money. And, Madam Speaker, therein lies a bit of the difference that I think that we need to highlight. You see, a Liberal government, in particular this Prime Minister, genuinely believes that today is a time in which, in the last 6 months, where the government needs to step up and support families. It should not be an option. But if you listen to the Conservatives, you would think that there is an option. We believe that you need to put money into the pockets of Canadians throughout our country because of the many hardships that were being caused as a direct result of the pandemic. And really and truly, that's what CERB was all about. The CERB program was there to support Canadians at a time in which we had to support Canadians. It was the right thing to do. Now, when you think of the economy, obviously we are concerned about jobs. As I pointed out, in our first 4 years, we created well over 1 million jobs. That's more than Harper did in his, well, I shouldn't say more. He did about the same number of jobs, but it took him 10 years or 9 years to be able to achieve that. Madam Speaker, the wage subsidy program has literally saved tens of thousands of jobs. It has prevented companies in Canada, in all regions of our country, from going bankrupt. Many companies. It has allowed companies to keep jobs in their factories, in their places of employment, that otherwise might not have been able to be maintained. Thereby, not only protecting jobs, but by providing the money that was necessary for people to be able to pay their mortgages, buy the groceries, get the gas for their vehicles, have those day in and day out expenditures that are necessary in order for us to be able to continue on. Those two programs have affected a wide spectrum of all Canadians virtually, if not directly, indirectly, Madam Speaker. And it is something in which, when we look at today in this throne speech, and that's why it's laughable when the Conservatives or others would try to imply that the throne speech doesn't have a plan. The throne speech, in the throne speech, you're seeing the extension of the wage subsidy program. You're seeing more in terms of how the CERB program is going to be incorporated into, in a different form, through employment insurance program, Madam Speaker. Those are substantial issues. We're talking about billions of dollars, not millions, billions of dollars, Madam Speaker. Within the throne speech that was read just the other day, there's a litany of things that are there to provide comfort and assurances to Canadians that, number one, that this government is going to continue to be there for them in a very real and tangible way, that we are going to continue to fight the COVID-19 virus, Madam Speaker, and this pandemic, however long it's going to take. And we are going to be there to protect our economy and jobs also, Madam Speaker. If you take a look at the commitments that are made from within the throne speech, you will find historic amounts of money that is being or will be allocated into job retraining. We recognize the value of the changing of skill sets and the need to upgrade one's skill sets as the economy has changed. There's many things in which the Prime Minister made reference to, things that at times kind of shine a little because of the pandemic, both the positives and the negatives. And I think that there are some things that we can pick up from it. Canadians love our healthcare system. As an example, within the throne speech, we get a reaffirmation of the National Pharmacare Program. And I know some would say, well, just implement it today, bring it in. It's not quite as easy as that, because you actually have to work with the provinces. The way you maximize the benefit of a national farm care program is you have to have provinces working with the federal government. And what's discouraging for me, at least in part, is when I hear from Conservatives that say, just give money to provinces. Don't try to interfere in what they believe the national government should have no interest in. I believe the Conservatives and their cousins in the Bloc are wrong.
I believe that the Bloc does a disservice to Canadians when they advocate that we just hand over cash to a province and that the federal government has no role. But I understand it. The government House Leader said it quite well. You see, the Bloc wants to see the destruction of Canada.
True.
The Conservatives, on the other hand, Madam Speaker, I don't quite understand why they don't believe that there is a stronger role for the federal government to ensure that Canadians are getting what it is that they want in regards to health care. We have the Canada Health Act. If you haven't read it. You will see that there is an opportunity for Ottawa to contribute to the debate. And it's not just money, as the Conservatives tend to think it is. I would hope that the Conservatives will start listening to their constituents on the very important issue of health care. Because I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I believe a majority of Conservatives that live in Winnipeg North would disagree with their twisted approach on the delivery of health care in our country. I have Conservatives that will support me because of their stance on health care, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker,
I just want to remind members that someone has the floor. I'm sure that other members who have questions and comments, I know that they're anxious to want to ask those questions and comments. I would ask them to hold their thoughts until it's time to do so. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Now, Madam Speaker, I do need to move on because there's a number of other points I want to be able to make. When we take a look at what's taken place, and one of the issues that came up in Winnipeg North, and I know that it's universal across our country, was when the classrooms and schools began in September, earlier this month. There was a great deal of anxiety. We had parents in Winnipeg North, and as I say, I'm sure it's universally applied across our country, that were debating whether or not they should put their child into school. Should they hold their child back and wait and see? And I think that it was a wonderful announcement that came from the government indicating a $2 billion commitment to assist with our schools and kids getting back to schools, or our young people getting back to school, Madam Speaker. That is something that I think went a long way in providing some comfort, whether they're constituents, our teaching professions, the many other stakeholders at the beginning of this month. And I say that because, much like when I make reference to the issue of health care, I do believe that the government has a responsibility to be able to be there in that real, tangible way. And in my mind, one of those announcements that was, I believe, a very positive, progressive move by the government was that $2 billion for young people to be able to feel more comfortable in getting into the classrooms and supporting our teachers and so forth. I suspect that that is something in which the Conservatives would never have supported. I don't hear them talking about it. I believe that there are initiatives that have been brought forward that have really had a positive impact. In addition to those other areas, whether it's supporting children in schools, the pharmacare is a good example, health care. There's a number of areas where Ottawa works with provinces. And that's one of the reasons why we saw the $19 billion Safe Restart Agreement. Here, Ottawa works with the provinces and comes up with an agreement that in the province of Manitoba, to give you an example,
is almost going to triple the number or our ability to be able to do testing for COVID-19. That it's going to be there, again, in a very tangible way to support our healthcare services. I was actually quite encouraged when I had seen the letter from the Premier of the province of Manitoba acknowledging just how Manitoba would benefit by the restart agreement between Ottawa and the province. And that's the type of cooperation that I believe makes a big difference. And we have witnessed that virtually, as I say, from day one. We have had issues as MPs where we have been encouraged to provide that feedback directly. And no doubt, MPs on all sides of the House listen to their constituents and ultimately bring forward in the best way they can their thoughts to the authority, whether it's a department, whether it's the minister, or whatever it might be. I was very actually appreciative of the fact that we had a system that was set up that enabled at least the Liberal members of Parliament internally within our caucus the opportunity for MPs to raise issues every day for a period of time as a group, as a caucus, feeling comfortable in knowing that if we raise this issue there, that whether it's the ministries or the PMO, that would filter to it, so that we were, in fact, being listened to. And I suspect that you will find that each party had its own mechanism to allow for that direct input. I appreciated the fact that the Prime Minister made it such a high priority for all members of Parliament of whatever political party to be able to bring their thoughts and ideas of their constituents to the attention, whether it's the PMO or the different ministries or whatever other mechanism an individual MP felt most comfortable with. I like to think, Madam Speaker, that had a profoundly positive impact on a number of programs that we brought in. And I see that you're telling my time's ran out, Madam Speaker. I'll pick up on a couple of those points during questions and answers. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to ask if this member opposite has ever considered the role that his party has. And he says, look at the Bloc, look at the Conservatives. They're concerned about invading provincial jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, when I came to Ottawa in 2011, the Bloc was 5 members. Why? It's because we had a government that actually dealt with Quebec honorably, gave respect to their areas of jurisdiction, and worked with them cooperatively. While this government has created unity issues right across this great country, we see a resurgence of the Bloc, we see a resurgence of Western separatism. Madam Speaker, I don't even want to get into the national debate on whether BC wine is better than Ontario. That might just break this country. But this member should acknowledge his role and his party's role in the rise of concerns about an invasion by Ottawa into areas of provincial jurisdiction.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I really believe that as a nation we are very much unified. And all one needs to do is to just take a look in terms of the participation and the amount of cooperation that we have witnessed over the last 6 months. I can appreciate that the Conservatives, for their own political purposes, want to try to cause more division within our great nation, and that's completely up to them. They have to take responsibility for that. Yes, they did lose a lot of seats in Quebec to the Bloc, and I will recognize that. But, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, I believe that Canada is very much a unified country. We see that in terms of the take-up of interest in working with the national government, not only to fight the pandemic, but also in terms of many of the other initiatives that we have seen prior to the pandemic being brought in, whether it's reforms to the CPP, the Canada Health Accord, and other initiatives that required cooperation from the different regions of our country. So I think that all in all, Madam Speaker, that there's a high sense of cooperation in the land. Just maybe a bit of division that's promoted.
There's got to be time for questions and comments. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have just learned for the first time that I want to destroy Canada. I thought that I wanted to strengthen Quebec, but now I've been told that I want to destroy Canada. Perhaps I should just tell my colleague, as a basic principle, I used to be a political science teacher, and I used to tell my students to avoid falling into a circular argument. A good way to imagine it was an ad that used to go on TV when I was little for sausages. It said, you eat them because they're good. They're good because you eat them. Well, earlier, we heard that we were looking to create arguments and disputes with the federal government. That's a circular argument. In the 90s, the Liberal government cut our health funding sharply, and then we're being told that we can't raise that because if we're doing that, we're creating conflict. And when members of our party say they find the throne speech unacceptable because it doesn't respect provincial jurisdiction, we're told we're sowing conflict. Apparently, the only good point of view is the Liberal Party's point of view. So what I want to ask my colleague is Mr. Legault trying to sow conflict? Does Mr. Legault, the Premier of Quebec, want to destroy Canada?
Well, Madam Speaker, what I would tell the member is that, someone that has grown up in the prairies, and I have always had a very strong passion for Canada. My heritage in a few generations ago, probably on both sides of my house, originate from the province of Quebec. I've always had a strong love for the province of Quebec, as many of my friends see Canada as a wonderful nation that's made up of 10 provinces and 3 territories, and of course our Indigenous community. And these are things in which we treasure, very much so. And the Bloc want to divide or take Quebec outside of Canada, and I think that would be a very sad thing for all Canadians, no matter what region of the country that they live in. If the member was to come out to Winnipeg North and walk with some streets, what he will witness is constituents that I represent that believe in a national health care system, that want to see a federal government play some...
Again, I do have to interrupt because we should be able to put in at least 5 questions. Questions and comments? Young member for Elmwood Transcona.
As a surprise to no member of this House that I'm no fan of the Liberal government. And never is the Liberal vision for Canada less compelling than when articulated by the member for Winnipeg North. But the speech from the throne came a close second. Indeed, for a while I thought maybe it had been authored by the member for Winnipeg North. Because it was just a sort of lazy rehashing of what we had heard so many times from Liberals before. Meanwhile, this was being developed, we presume, over the course of time where the NDP was calling for Parliament to come and meet and to deal with the replacement for CERB. And we were told that wasn't possible because a new grand vision was nigh from the Liberals in the speech from the throne. So I'm wondering, what exactly is it that was new that justified shutting down Parliament when we had a deadline for the end of CERB in this speech from the throne? Could you please point to something worthwhile that was worth it, suspending the work of Parliament just to come back and have Liberal campaign commitments from as far back as 1993 repeated to us as if they were news?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, speechless I will never be. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, I think that we have to put things in the perspective of what has taken place over the last 6 months. And whether members want to recognize it or not, it was a very profound impact that the COVID-19 has had on our society, where literally tens of billions of additional dollars were required. I believe that turning the page and coming forward with with a new throne speech, which is going to help set our tracks for the next couple of years, is a positive thing, and it was something that was well worthwhile. And if people want to take the time to read the throne speech, I'm sure that they will come into an agreement with what it is I'm saying.
Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I certainly enjoyed the question from the member from Central Okanagan, given that he talked about how the former Conservative government had such a great relationship with Quebecers, and I mean, it certainly didn't pan out that way in the election that followed. You wouldn't have known that there was such a great relationship there. But I would ask the Parliamentary Secretary, Madam Speaker, you know, my sense, and he's been here longer than me, he has more experience than I do in this House. My sense is that it wouldn't matter what was put on the floor. No matter what, the Conservatives are going to be against this throne speech, no matter what had been put in there. Can he think of a scenario in which the Conservatives would not be partisan, overly partisan and political about this, and actually vote in favor of a throne speech from a Liberal government?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I must say to my friend and colleague, to be completely honest, I would be absolutely shocked if the Conservatives were to vote in favor of the throne speech. I think that they have been consistent from virtually day one. And I've used the term character assassination. You know, the Conservatives only have one issue, and that is to try to make the Prime Minister look as if he's some sort of an evil person. Nothing could be further from the truth, but that's been their sole purpose virtually since the day they lost the last election, Madam Speaker. And I think they're frustrated because at the end of the day, what we want to be able to do is spend less time on that sort of an issue and focus all of our time on serving Canadians and fighting the COVID-19.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Madam Speaker, I note that the speaker from the government side was on a full 20-minute rant about in support of the throne speech. But is that because there are no other Liberals on that side of the House who can stomach the speech, or is that just because of his ego?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I would remind members to be careful on what the language is that's being used. It shouldn't be attacking individuals.
Well, Madam Speaker, being a parliamentarian for 30 years, it's okay. I have a fairly thick skin. What do they say? Sticks and stones break my bones, but names will never hurt me, type of thing. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, there are, I'm sure, many members of the House that would like to be able to address on the throne speech. And yes, there are many other Liberals that would also like to. So if there's any Conservatives that would like to forfeit their spot, I am sure we'll be more than happy to fill it.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. For the last 6 months, we've faced a global challenge that many of us have in our lifetimes. This is the worst we've ever seen. And I think one of the things we can say with a lot of confidence is Canadians can be proud of how they've come together. We've seen examples in communities from every part of Canada of Canadians coming together to take care of their neighbor. We've shown that in hard times, we take care of each other. And the pandemic has also shown us that when government does enact, there is a cost to neglect and there's a cost to inaction. Many of the lives lost in this pandemic were in long-term care homes. And it's shameful to think of our seniors and our elders, our loved ones, the people who helped build this country, the people who sacrificed so much, the fact that they could not retire and live their lives in dignity and respect, that they were the brunt, they bore the brunt of COVID-19 is something that has scarred our country. We all deserve to know that our parents and our grandparents are safe. We were shocked, appalled to see that the military had to be called in to care for our seniors in long-term care homes. Il fallait envoyer.
We had to send in the troops into our long-term care homes. the situation was so horrific that the troops felt obliged to report on the many instances of neglect.
There needs to be more funding for long-term care homes to care for our seniors. But here's the problem. If that funding goes to for-profit long-term care homes, then it's going to end up in the pockets of shareholders, and it will not end up caring for seniors. So while the Bloc talks about transfers and talks about transfers as the only path forward, if profit remains in long-term care and the federal government transfers money into long-term care, wouldn't it be irresponsible for that money to end up in shareholders' pockets instead of caring for seniors? Let me say it again. Profit has no place in our healthcare system, and it has absolutely no place in caring for our seniors. What COVID-19 has exposed, what this pandemic has exposed, is that our healthcare system has some serious gaps. It makes no sense that the quality of care you receive in this country depends on whether you have a job with benefits to be able to afford dental care or medication coverage. That makes no sense. We know that the Liberals now talk about a throne speech where they're going to accelerate pharmacare. Madam Speaker, they are not going to break any speed records. This Liberal government has been promising pharmacare for decades. Simply putting in the words accelerate gives no confidence to the families that cannot find the means to buy the medication they need to stay healthy. It gives them no confidence. It gives them no sense of relief. People need to be able to get their medication without a credit card, but with their health card. They need to be able to get it with their health card, and that's what we believe in. Over the last several months, we've seen millions of Canadians lose their jobs. We've seen millions of Canadians that cannot go back to work. Through no fault of their own, COVID-19 has stopped their ability to work because there is no jobs left in many areas: tourism, hospitality, in the service sector. Now, while the Conservatives want these folks to just have nothing, have no supports, have no help, when it's clear they cannot get back to work, the Conservatives would rather these folks just fend for themselves, pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Well, when you don't have a job to go back to, that's not good enough. That's not going to cut it. When someone's sitting at a kitchen table and does not have a job to go back to, that's when we take care of each other. And maybe the Conservatives don't believe that, but New Democrats believe Canadians need to take care of each other when we're down and out. And that's what we're going to continue to fight for. Now, at the beginning of this pandemic, I want to remind folks, we were in this chamber. We knew that the pandemic was going to hit. We stood up time and again in this chamber and said to the Liberal government, I asked the Prime Minister directly, what's the plan to help out workers who lose their jobs? And the response at the time was, we'll waive some of the week's requirements so that people can apply to EI faster. And I came back and said, that's not good enough. New Democrats said that EI only covers 40% of workers. The vast majority will be left behind. We fought and we pushed, and we got this government to finally agree to a program that helps all Canadians. But then they wanted to exclude people. We fought for CERB that should be universal. We got the CERB, but they wanted to exclude people. The Liberal government's approach was, how do we design a plan that excludes the people that don't need help? Instead of trying to design a plan that doesn't leave the people who need help the most behind. And that's the difference. Our focus has always been on how do we get the help to people who need it and get it to them as quickly as possible. We fought and made a difference for Canadians throughout this pandemic. When the Prime Minister left out students, we fought for them and got them help. When the Prime Minister and the Liberal government forgot and left out seniors, we fought for seniors and we got them the help. When this Liberal government left out people living with disabilities. We fought for them. When this government completely forgot and refused to provide paid sick leave, we fought for them, and we're very hopeful that we're close to achieving that now. Every time this Liberal government threatened to cut help to people, we fought back and said, don't cut that help to people. Even recently, this government was going to cut the help that families receive, families, mind you, that cannot get back to work, by $400. Instead of $2,000 that people are just getting by on, this government is going to cut it to $1,600. We fought back. We were able to maintain it at $2,000. We fought for a wage subsidy that would ensure that workers would be able to stay at their jobs. And I want Canadians to know that we will keep fighting for them every step of the way.
L'NPD s'est battu pour aider tous. The NDP fought to help everyone who needed help when the Prime Minister forgot about students and seniors and the disabled and workers. Well, we fought for all of these people. We fought for the wage subsidy so people could keep their job and so companies could keep their doors open. And every time the Liberals threatened to cut off support to those who needed it, well, we fought for those people.
That we're seeing numbers increasing and we're up against a second wave of the pandemic. And a lot of people are again worried about potential shutdowns. And if shutdowns happen in order to keep us safe, this could mean more job losses. In the context of a second wave, with the fear of potential lockdowns, people need to know that there will be help for them when they can't work and if they can't work. Despite knowing this, despite the government having shut down Parliament for almost 2 months, we still don't have a clear plan in place to make sure we have a permanent safety net to support people when they need help. Our employment insurance should have always been designed in a way where it covered all workers. And that's what we're going to continue to fight for, not just temporarily. We need an employment insurance program. We need safety nets that help all Canadians all the time, whenever they need help. And while the Conservatives and others believe that to help people get back to work, you have to make them desperate to go back to work. People want to work. People find dignity in work. And if we make it safe to return and give people paid sick leave so they know they can take the time off that they need to get well instead of going to work sick, people will work. And one of the best ways we can create jobs is actually to make investments. Investments that will help us build a more sustainable economy, help create local jobs, and help us fight the climate crisis. That's a vision, a new democratic vision of how we can invest in an economy that works for everyone. And one of the most important things we can do in terms of investments that I will continue to ask this Liberal government to do is to invest in housing. We know that that's a massive crisis in this country. Canadians cannot find a place to live. People couldn't find a place to live before the pandemic. And now, during the pandemic, this crisis has only gotten worse. So we need to build housing. And what the Liberals continue to do is make announcements about building housing, but the announcements do not make people better off. They do not give people a roof over their head. We need to see dollars flow to actually building affordable housing. And we know that if we build affordable housing that's low carbon footprint, we can now help create jobs locally, make sure people have a place to call home, but also fight the climate crisis. And retrofitting homes. This is something we campaigned on before, something we've long called for, but this could be a way for us to have a just recovery. If we, as a country, decide to invest in retrofitting all buildings and homes, we can lower the cost of heating and cooling them, which will make life more affordable. We can create jobs locally in communities across this country, and we can do our part to fight the climate crisis. That's a vision of how we can move forward. When talking about housing, many of our colleagues have raised this story, raised this concern. talking about the impacted communities across our country, people from all walks of life who cannot find housing. But one community in particular we have to highlight are Indigenous communities, urban and on reserve, and northern communities. These are some of the hardest hit communities that have seen the least investment in housing and whose situation right now is so critical. These are people that cannot find a place to live. There's overcrowding, and the overcrowding means that people's lives are being impacted. It hurts their health, and we have to do better. This Liberal government and previous Conservative governments have failed Indigenous people when it comes to housing. And here is an opportunity to turn that around. Let's make the right investments now and lift up people, build quality housing across our country, particularly recognizing the historic injustice faced by Indigenous people, and build housing for Indigenous people in the North. Support communities that have solutions. Leaders have solutions in their own communities. They need an ally and they need a partner. Let Ottawa be a partner to support the building of affordable housing. You know, while we're dealing with this crisis and we're in this pandemic, there are still a number of crises that we're still faced with. Despite the fact that we are really focused on COVID-19 as we should be, there are still other crises that are surrounding us. And one of the most prevalent, the most pressing, is the climate crisis. We see climate fires in BC that made the air quality in Lower Mainland, in my riding of Burnaby and surrounding cities, Vancouver, Surrey, it made the air quality so bad it was amongst the worst of all major cities in the world. People were faced with this dilemma, on one hand, to open up the windows for better ventilation, but then to close the windows because the air that was coming in made it hard for people to breathe. This was COVID-19 and the climate crisis meeting each other at the same moment. So while we fight this crisis of COVID-19, we can't forget the climate crisis. Now, what has been the Prime Minister's response to the climate crisis? He bought a pipeline, and his government has not yet reduced emissions. They haven't taken any concrete action to meaningfully reduce emissions, nor to meet any of the targets. And it is meaningless, Madam Speaker, to set targets just to miss them. What is the point of setting a target if there's no accountability in place to ensure that we actually meet those targets? We know that for a lot of families, one of their biggest concerns in this pandemic is their children. They are worried about their kids. They're worried about their kids being safe. And if we want a recovery, if we want to be able to invest in our economy in a way that people can return to work, then we need to invest in childcare. There can be no recovery without childcare, particularly given the impact of COVID-19 has disproportionately impacted women. People have referred to the recession and the loss of jobs as a she-cession, and the fact that we need a focused she-covery. It has to be a recovery that acknowledges the gendered impact of COVID-19, and that means investing massively in childcare. And it doesn't mean another empty promise. You know, the last time the Liberals promised childcare, those kids have grown up and are having kids of their own now. And there is still no childcare. There is still no childcare. There's been consecutive Liberal governments, majority Liberal governments, that have had the opportunity to do this time and time again. And to show you the cynicism of Liberals, they'll cry out and say the one chance they had to make it, they'll try to blame on someone else. Despite the countless majorities they've had, despite the fact that they just recently had a majority government, they will try to blame others at the height of Liberal cynicism. The reality is people don't want to hear this government blaming others. If they're in power, it is their responsibility to get it done. And families want to know that they can count on an affordable, quality childcare that's universally accessible across this country. That's what we need. Au Québec, nous avons vu.
In Quebec, we've seen the impact of COVID. And during the pandemic, we've seen the effects of Liberal cuts, the long-term health care sector, where several private institutions have cut corners to make profits. And in these places, hundreds of seniors have died. And women carry the greatest share of the burden of this pandemic. We've seen people at their wits' end, hardly able to make both ends meet, while the rich are getting richer. We've seen small businesses closing their doors when the Amazons and Facebooks of this world are making record profits. That has to change, and it has to change now. This is not the time to engage in jurisdictional squabbles. It's time to work together to fix these problems once and for all. While some people are losing their lives as we speak, the Bloc is spoiling for a fight, and we're not going to solve problems unless we work together. If Justin Trudeau's Liberals are willing to stop putting their friends and the wealthy first, well, we will be willing to work with them to build back better. An entirely public healthcare system where everybody pays their fair share. And in which all Quebecers have access to pharmacare, a society where everyone has the right to affordable housing, and a society where young people can aspire to better futures. We need a federal government which fights against climate change as if it really wanted to win the battle rather than buying a pipeline and subsidizing the big oil companies. Well, this is the vision of the NDP, a vision for a more fair and equal society.
We've got a lot of priorities in front of us, a lot of problems in front of us. But one of the things I want to make clear, that in the recovery, once we get past this pandemic and past the second wave, in the recovery and in the rebuild, it cannot be that working class families, that small businesses, that everyday people pay the price of the recovery. It has to be the wealthiest, those who have profited off this pandemic, those at the very top who pay the price for the recovery. That's what New Democrats are going to fight for. While the Liberals are afraid to say the words, they say in their throne speech, taxing extreme wealth inequality. I don't know how one taxes inequality, but I certainly know that you can tax wealth. And New Democrats are committed to making sure that the wealthiest do pay their share, that there is a wealth tax, that we ask those who've got fortunes of over 20 million to pay their fair share. We end offshore tax havens, and we make sure the recovery is paid by those who have profited and those who have the means to do so. That's what New Democrats believe in. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Leader of the New Democratic Party for his intervention today. But not just that, more importantly, how the New Democrats have been interested in making lives better for Canadians all along the way. And it was indeed throughout this process that we saw a number of reiterations of a number of different programs come and be changed on the fly. You know, the CERB program, for example, was a program that probably at any other time would have taken 12 to 18 months to create, given the complexity of it. Yet it was created in less than 7 days, and a lot of that came from all members of this House. But you know, in light of his speech, Madam Speaker, I would like to reference a quote from a U.S. politician, but I think it's extremely germane to this discussion. When Harry Truman once said, "It's amazing what you can accomplish if you do not care who gets the credit." So in that case, and I see that my Conservative colleagues are in agreement with that, I want to thank the New Democrats for the work that they've done in working with the government to make sure that this program and all the programs could be as best as they could for Canadians.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, and I do acknowledge that together we've achieved a lot, but I have to point out that it was not as a result of a collaborative approach. We had to fight every step of the way. And while we were able to fight and achieve some victories for people, it did take a fight. And I acknowledge that after fighting and forcing the government did support us in bringing in a more compassionate response to COVID-19, but it did take a fight, and we're going to continue that fight because Canadians deserve that. They deserve someone on their side, and I want to thank people for having supported New Democrats so that we could be here for you and fight for you and focus on you every step of this pandemic.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the speech of the honourable member, and I'd echo his concerns about the speech from the throne and the lack of targets established for climate change in the speech from the throne. We need definitive targets. We need to know that we are going to meet our international commitments for the Paris Accord to ensure a livable future for our children and grandchildren. And my question to the honourable member would be, would he support a ban on fracking, gas fracking in Canada? It's one of the most destructive practices in terms of destroying our climate, releasing methane emissions into the atmosphere, 85 times more potent than CO2. Would the honourable member support a ban on fracking in Canada?
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We know that the climate crisis is the crisis, one of the major crises of our generation, and we can look to immediate impacts. We see families and young people worried. They're facing climate anxiety. They see the impacts all around us, and we know that it's impacted every way of life. From people who rely on the oceans and the rivers for their sustenance. Farmers are feeling the impact. Everyday families are feeling the impact. And we know that we have to do everything possible so that we can look young people in their eyes and say, we were there for them and we fought for them. And that means making massive and serious commitments to reducing emissions. And that's why we laid out our vision. To do that, we can't just set targets unless there's some accountability. So we push for some accountability so the young people know that we're there fighting for them. And that means making sure we make the right investments in a future where we reduce our emissions and create jobs that help us fight the climate crisis. We can move forward. We have to have the commitment to do so.
And comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In the honourable member's speech, he outlined the struggles that Canadians are facing, and I don't think there's any community that is facing the types of struggles greater than what we're facing in Hamilton Centre. Some of the highest levels of child poverty, some of the highest concentrations of people struggling through disabilities, and yet at every step along the way, this government continues to leave out the most vulnerable. We've also seen beauty, Madam Speaker. We've seen beauty in communities coming together to support one another through mutual aid, Disability Justice Network, caremongering, all these groups that are fighting to ensure that their neighbors, friends, and family don't get left behind. So through you to the honourable member, in talking about a just recovery, how would he position to the rest of Canada that we would be able to take care of all Canadians regardless of their ability to work and their ability to contribute in this economy?
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, and I want to acknowledge the member from Hamilton Centre for his work and his organizing with the community to fight for the folks that need help the most. You know, the help that people need is multifaceted. People need help in all areas of life. We need to make sure we invest in housing, so housing is affordable. We need to make sure healthcare is there for people so that it doesn't depend on your job or whether you have benefits or not, whether you can have access to dental care or medication coverage. We need to make sure there's income supports directly to people so that no one has to worry about how they're going to put food on the table. We need to make sure we create an opportunity for people to have the opportunity to work with dignity. What we need to do is reimagine an economy that's actually centered around people, that creates jobs and opportunities based on people and creates opportunities across this country. And then we need supports around people so they don't have to depend on a benefit at a job to get the healthcare they need. That's the type of vision that we have for the future of Canada, a healthcare system and a social safety net that's there for everyone.
The honourable member Surrey Newton.
Madam Speaker, the last time I remember when I was in this House, the NDP had a chance, when it came to Kelowna Accord, for Indigenous people, Kyoto for the environment, and landmark agreement, childcare agreements Candide and brought in with all 10 provinces and the territories. At that time, Madam Speaker, the NDP chose to work with Conservatives at that time, and we lost all those 3. And now is the opportunity, Madam, again, to work with the Liberal government. My question to the leader of the NDP, is he willing to support this throne speech to help all those individuals, the million people that lost jobs, with the base subsidy and all that help that we are giving to small and medium-sized businesses to restore those jobs by supporting the throne speech, working with the Liberals or working with the Conservatives to bring the government down?
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to ask the people of Surrey, you've got a Liberal government that's been in majority so many times. They promised you childcare. Have you received universal childcare? To the people of Surrey who've been promised again and again by this Liberal government, do you have the ability to afford your medication? This Liberal government has promised you so many things and broken those commitments time and time again. I want to ask you, is your life better off when it comes to accessing medication, getting childcare, affordable housing? Is your life better when it comes to those 3 things? And you're probably going to answer no. And that's because the Liberals will say whatever it takes to get elected in Surrey. They'll say whatever it takes to get elected, but they will not deliver for you or your families. And the only reason that in this pandemic your families have gotten help is because we have fought for you, and we will continue to fight for you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have a simple question for the honourable member. I think I know his answer, but did you hear anything in the speech from the through you, Madam Speaker, did the member hear anything in the speech from the throne that would rationalize why the government chose to prorogue Parliament for the last 6 weeks? Anything new? Thank you.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
With great reluctance and a lot of trepidation, I have to agree with the member. There is nothing that justifies why this government had to shut down Parliament for a throne speech. There was nothing in that throne speech that merited why they had to shut down Parliament. And as our member from Manitoba pointed out earlier, there is no reason why they would have done that and timed the throne speech in such a way that it would fall just days before CERB ends, to put those families that have no other way to work, no other way to go back to a job, again at the 11th hour wondering when will they know if there's help on the way. To put families through that again is cruel and completely unnecessary. And yes, to the member who raised the question, it made no sense in that context for them to have shut down Parliament, given up a day that we had in August to try to find a solution for families before 2 days before their cutoff is going to happen. So absolutely, there was no reason for this throne speech.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be sharing my time today with the member for Saint Laurent. As we're restarting our economy safely in the midst of a health crisis that is a global one, the COVID-19 pandemic continues to transform Canadian society. Although it'll be a few months until a vaccine is available, our battle continues, and we can't leave aside any wins. The speech from the throne clearly said that the government's main job is to keep Canadians healthy while we build a more resilient and fair society, economy.
First priority will always be the health and well-being of Canadians. We must crush COVID and breathe life back into the health of our economy. Our government continues to focus on limiting the social and economic impacts of the COVID-19 crisis by maximizing our chances of defeating the virus. And to do this, we need Canadians to be ever more disciplined, to be even more respectful of public health guidelines. We all have a role, and we are all key players in the Team Canada approach. And we need our government to keep doing what we're doing. Supporting Canadian research and biomanufacturing, working closely with researchers and scientists to better understand the COVID-19 virus, investing in the development of several promising vaccine candidates, and ensuring that we can manufacture and distribute enough vaccine to as many Canadians as possible, as quickly as possible. This is what we've been doing, and that is a key focus of the speech from the throne. We've signed agreements in principle with so many leaders in vaccine development, following the recommendations from the nonpartisan COVID-19 Vaccine Task Force. Madam Speaker, the late John Turner once said that life is like a trust, and everyone has a fiduciary obligation to give back what one has received from it. Well, our government knows that now is the time to give back to Canadians, particularly who are suffering. And it's our fiduciary obligation to secure access to safe vaccines for Canadians, vaccines that will be subjected to rigorous Health Canada assessment and approval processes. We are fulfilling this fiduciary obligation to Canadians. Le Premier ministre a également...
The Prime Minister also announced the creation of a new biofab research center in human health in Montreal. In my functions as the Parliamentary Secretary for Science and Industry, I'm so pleased to see this because it will allow us to grow our capacity and to produce enough vaccine for Canadians who need this, such as frontline workers, healthcare workers in long-term care homes, and the most vulnerable members of our society. A COVID-19 vaccine would be fundamental to ending this pandemic and to boosting our economy and strengthening our resilience. This is how we will advance, by adopting a long-term approach for our economic recovery. And we will continue to work on this without stopping. Many Canadians have gone back to work, but many more are still concerned. They don't know if they will keep their jobs as this crisis continues. We understand these fears. We're determined to help Canadians to keep their jobs as we attack the various inequalities that Canadians face daily. Canadians such as those who are Indigenous, people of colors, and other vulnerable groups.
The speech from the throne makes clear our intention to extend the Canada wage subsidy till the summer of 2021 and to reform the employment insurance system to protect all Canadians. We must, we are, and we will continue to support all Canadians through this dual health and economic crisis. This is precisely what the speech from the throne states. We must govern with a laser-like focus on the present, every day for Canadians. But we also owe it to present and future generations, especially to our children, to the youngest generation, to govern through COVID-19 and rebuild with a view to the reality of climate change. Our government's speech from the throne does just that. We will not fall victim to what some have called the tragedy of the horizon by losing sight of that other global crisis of climate change. We can and we will govern with both eyes focused simultaneously on the present COVID-19 crisis and on building back a cleaner, more competitive and inclusive Canadian economy. As the Prime Minister recently commented, just because we're in a health crisis doesn't mean we can neglect an environmental crisis, a climate crisis for which we all know there is no vaccine. So Canadians are looking to our government to build back in a way that considers human and economic health in light of the impacts of climate change. As the speech from the throne clearly indicates, we are doing just that, building on important measures to cut greenhouse gas emissions, maximize efficiency and energy conservation, and driving the transition to a clean economy, offering job opportunities for Canadian workers and Canadian businesses in every region and in every industry. Madam Speaker, for 5 years, while public debate was consumed with polarized, partisan rhetoric on carbon prices and pipelines, Our government implemented many low-carbon industrial policy shifts and ramped up clean technology investments by 50% at Sustainable Development Technology Canada. It's one of our government's most positive climate action stories that no one seems to have heard about. From phasing out coal-fired electricity, moving towards banning single-use plastics, to preparing national building code reforms and a $5,000 electric vehicle rebate, more changes are on the way to deliver a path to net zero emissions by 2050. Of course we need to do more, and we will. We will continue to invest historic amounts in both basic and applied scientific research, including COVID and climate science, within the federal government and within post-secondary institutions. And as the speech from the throne clearly commits, in the upcoming parliamentary session, we will deliver on our commitments to enact climate legislation with binding 5-year targets to meet and exceed our Paris targets for 2030. We will also legislate Canada's goal of net zero emissions by 2050. This is climate action. And we will table legislation to tighten federal regulation of toxic substances. I look forward to the right to a healthy environment being enshrined in Canadian law once and for all. We will keep putting a price on pollution while putting that money right back in the pockets of Canadians. It can't be free to pollute. The government will ban single-use plastics, as previously mentioned, and we need to make sure we've got the best science behind it so that decisions to do so won't be overturned in Canadian courts. All of this will drive market opportunities and job creation in the green economy, further enabling our economic recovery. Dans le cadre de notre plan,
as part of our plan, as announced in the speech from the throne, the Canadian government has laid out the following measures. For retrofitting homes and buildings, this will allow us to lower energy costs for companies and to reduce the effects of climate change, such as flooding that affects many in my riding of Pontiac. We're going to come back and be more resilient. We have to encourage the creation of more public transit systems, which makes our tourism industry and more competitive across Canada. We have to make zero emissions cheaper and invest in infrastructure and research across the country. We have to invest in renewable energy and clean tech for the future. Our government will ensure that we'll be the most competitive country in the world for clean tech.
The speech from the throne has charted a solid path forward. We will protect Canadians' health, we will preserve jobs, and we will focus on the crisis of COVID here and now while not losing focus on the climate crisis that we must tackle for the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It is 2:15. It is my duty to interrupt deliberations and to put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the sub-amendment now before the House.
All those. Mr. Dubourg, seconded by Ms. Zarawis, move that the following address be presented to Her Excellency the Governor-General. To Her Excellency the Right Honourable Julie Payette, Chancellor and Principal Companion of the Order of Canada Chancellor and Commander of the Order of Military Merit Chancellor and Commander of the Order of Merit of the Police Forces, Governor-General and Commander-in-Chief of Canada, may it please Your Excellency, qu'il plaise à votre Excellence.
May it please Your Excellency, we, Her Majesty's most loyal and dutiful subjects, the House of Commons of Canada, in Parliament assembled, beg leave to offer our humble thanks to Your Excellency for the gracious speech which Your Excellency has addressed to both Houses of Parliament.
Amendment,
Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Gould, move the following movement. That the motion be amended by adding the following. And regrets to inform Your Excellency that your government has failed to provide a plan to approve and deploy new rapid testing measures to aid the provinces in the fight against COVID-19 pandemic.
Dispense.
Est-ce que je fais le sous-amendement aussi?
Yeah. La question est sur le sous-amendement.
The question is on the sub-amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the sub-amendment?
L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Manicouagan. I would like to defer the vote, please, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Monday, September 28, 2020, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous leave to call it 2:30 at this time.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to see the clock at 2:30? Yes, therefore, the House is, it's now 2:30.
As
House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Have a good weekend.